Because on this day,
Yeah.
In 1966, Jerry Cantrell, American musician, lead guitarist, and, might I say, heart and soul of Alice in Chains. It's
heart
not
and
Lane
soul?
Staley. Not Lane Staley.
really?
Jerry. Yeah.
Interesting.
Why is that? I mean, how do
Because
you?
he
why
writes
do you
most
say
of
that?
the wrote most
Okay.
of the music.
Oh, all right.
It's not always the front man is not always the heart and soul of,
No.
of the band.
Well, yeah, that's true. I mean, he may be the one that most people sort of know, but
Yeah.
but there's somebody in the background that
I'm
behind
doing
every
all the
front
work
man.
back here.
Yeah, behind every front man is a really, really solid person, because the front men are usually guys a little crazy.
Oh, are we farting around?
Oh,
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's Farting Around with Radio from Hell on X96.
Yeah.
Or as Absentee in the chat room says, not many people join for farting around. They don't know what they're missing. Hey, crack a window, will you?
Just remember, when we're doing farting around, he who smelt it dealt it.
Yeah.
Let's just
it's crack a window.
pull my finger.
I'll see now.
I watched the movie.
Now I have to go and get that Space Ghost drops where he's saying, "Hey, crack a window, will you?"
I watched the movie Children of Men last weekend.
Oh yeah.
I hadn't seen it since I first saw it
The world
in the theater.
isn't bleak enough for you now. You have
Well, first of all, it's not as good as I remember it being. It's really well filmed. It's that Cuarón guy. He did Birdman, right? Alfonso Cuarón.
Yeah.
So it's really well filmed. I mean, it's stylish, but the story's kind of thin, really, in the long run. But at any rate, I bring it up only because Michael Caine is in it in a cameo role, kind of, and he's really good as this kind of eccentric, pot-smoking, crazy man who lives out in the countryside with his wife, and he does the pull my finger joke. Come on, pull my finger, and then, spoiler alert. When the goons come and rough Michael Caine up and ultimately kill him, you see it happening kind of from afar, and as he's going down on the ground and dying, he holds up his finger to the people who are beating him up, and you can hear him go, pull my finger, pull, come on. So, it's the
His
old
last great
joke.
act of defiance
Yeah.
was a dad joke.
There's some really nice things in that movie, some really good things in the movie. But it ultimately, it didn't grab me as it did
What was
the
the
first
last
time I saw
movie
it.
that grabbed you? That you went, that was a great movie.
I have to think about it for a minute. I haven't.
It wasn't Mank, I can tell you that.
No, it wasn't that. Chicago 7,
yeah.
I thought was pretty great. But I just haven't seen a lot of movies lately.
I watched, because we were talking about Glenn Close yesterday,
You did watch it?
Oh, you did.
I watched Hillbilly Elegy.
Yes.
It's terrible.
That's what
But-
I've heard.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
Glenn Close plays that character perfectly. So it's both. The movie is awful, but Glenn Close is that character.
I think,
she did a great job with.
Honestly, I think that Glenn Close studied Cloris Leachman playing Meemaw
Yes.
in that TV
Yeah.
series.
It's the same person.
And then said, I'm going to play that character on
Have
the
you
screen.
seen it, Carrie?
No, I have not.
No. Okay.
I just
have
watched
to.
her scenes, and I went, that's Meemaw from that
Yeah.
TV show.
So if the job of an actor is to embody the character perfectly and portray it perfectly, she did that. So
But
she's in a-
she's surrounded by a stinky
Oh my
movie.
God, it's so bad.
Okay.
You know what I'm watching right now? It's on the TV. It's on Apple TV because I got an iPad, so I get a year free of Apple TV.
Mm-hmm.
At first, I didn't think I liked this show, but as it has gone along, I like it more and more, and I'm quite engrossed in it. It's For All Mankind. It's called.
I hear good things.
Yeah, it's a space show, and it's kind of this alternative. What would happen if the Russians had launched a spaceship and gotten to the moon before America? Mm-hmm. And the first episode, that's what happens, and it's called Red Moon. Now we got a red moon. We've got to catch up with them. We got to get a moon base up there, and that's what the whole thing is about. And it's this escalating race of to beat the Russians, and it's interesting. They have all the many of the historical characters that but the timeline and the reality is all altered because of that, because of what happened. Like Ted Kennedy becomes president. And somewhere in the middle of the series, they mentioned Kennedy. Now, President Kennedy, you know what he says about it? I'm thinking, wait a minute. And then it turns out it's Ted Kennedy who has won the presidency. So it's pretty fascinating. Good performances.
We had a comic book like that when I was a kid. What if, for Marvel Comics?
I
What
remember
if
seeing
this
those.
happened?
Yeah.
What if this happened instead?
And it just alters the timeline, kind of. And
It's a great comic book.
anyway, for all mankind. I got this thing here. I want just quickly. We have a second here. So my mother-in-law has been a Republican for all of her life, but as it turns out, she can't stand Donald Trump.
Good.
But somehow she got on. Because she's the registered with the Republican Party. She got all the Trump literature all the time in the mail, the junk mail, fundraising stuff. So she got this the other day. This is Trump trying to raise money now that he's out of the presidency. It's the Donald Trump Make America Great Again campaign. I'll hold this up to the cameras and stuff. You can
You're
your
all
filter
can't
blurry
see it because of the
your
blurry.
filter.
Okay,
Yeah.
it doesn't really matter. And what it is if you make a donation to his campaign, you will receive the Donald Trump Make America Great Again $2 bill. And it's a $2 bill, and it's apparently legal tender.
I don't think so.
And so it's got, it says here it is legal tender.
I don't.
Now
Is
there
it
are
an actual $2 bill?
Well, I guess, but they've also put Trump's. I think this is what comes in the mail. It's an actual $2 bill, but they've somehow put Trump's picture on it as well.
Then it's not legal tender.
Next to whatever president that is. Kerry, it says here, to honor President Trump, one of America's current chief executive. To honor President Donald Trump, one of America's current chief executive. So it's not even written.
Yeah.
In a literate fashion.
Yeah.
It says, this extremely limited edition U.S. legal tender $2 currency stands reserved exclusively in your name. There is a strictly limited period in which you may reply. So I guess it probably is a real $2 bill, but then they put something on it, and if you tried to spend it, people, they'd say, no, you can't spend that. But you don't want to spend it, you want to frame it.
But now, did they give you the $2 bill, or do you have to
No,
donate
you have to send
to
your
get
money.
the $2?
Yeah, you have to send your money.
And there's a limited amount, so you have to do it fast. 'Cause they might run out of them.
How much does the minimum donation?
Oh, I don't know. I could find that. I'm sure it's on here.
Probably like $25 or something like
Something like that. But isn't there a saying that something is as queer as a $2 bill?
It's a $3 bill.
that. Yeah, $3 bill, because there were actually $2 bills.
I think people used to say didn't they used to say
No.
$2 bill until somebody said, there are $2 bills. Anyway,
That
I only
exchange
ever
just
heard-
happened with us.
Yeah, I only ever heard the $3 bill, but
yeah. So it is just the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen, and it's Donald Trump doing that fake show his front teeth smile. That's just so bizarre.
And here's the
kidding?
thing: if you donate to that money goes right to him to do with what he wants.
Sure.
You can get one of those on Amazon.
What?
The Donald Trump Keep America Great 2020 official genuine legal tender U.S. $2 bill. You can buy one on Amazon.
For how much?
$14.95.
Okay.
Well, at least that way you're not donating to Trump.
It says this uncirculated $2 bill as genuine, authentic legal tender of the United States has been enhanced with beautiful colorized images. Each banknote is genuine, which features. I still don't know if you can. You can't use
It's
it.
not real money, no.
No, they took $2 and
Yeah.
messed around with it.
And maybe we should bring them up on counterfeiting charges.
I looked up the phrase "queer as a $2 bill." people did used to say it. The phrase is actually queer as a $2 bill, which came about because the $2 bill was strange to people. It was odd. You didn't see it very often, so it was really weird. So people would say, it's queer as a $2 bill. So that's when I was a little kid. That's what I remember hearing. Anyway.
All right. Well, I think we farted around this.
Yeah.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
All right. Let's get this going.
We'll take your check-ins at 877-602-9696. Call and check in with us at the Radio from Hell show. We'd love to hear you. It just helps us get going in the morning when you check in to say hi. Let us know what you're doing and how you're doing. Is everything well? And if it's not well, is there some way we can help you? 877-602-9696.
All right, so we got boners, we got all that stuff. Well, we'll tell you about it coming up. Stand by. We'll have check-ins after these. Be ready for that. Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
Yeah, the spring thaw going on right now. Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air wants you to know that there are great deals on tune-ups, repairs, and replacements. So, during the month of March, and there's not many days left in the month of March, remember, Scott Hale has been offering this, and it's still in place, of course, a $30 furnace tune-up, $500 off a new furnace and central air system, and then you get $100 off if you need any repair over $300 or more. So Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air, give them a call. If you have an emergency, call them. 801-264-HALE, that's 264-HALE, but it doesn't have to be an emergency. Call and get that furnace tune-up deal for $30. That's $30 for a furnace tune-up. I've heard other places offering furnace tune-ups, not for that low a price.
No.
Scott Hale committed to the community, the customers, and their employees' health. They take all the COVID precautions. 801-264-HALE. Is it chilly weather yet?
I think
You want to eat chili?
Well, see, I had a little argument with my wife, and I just wanted to clear this up. I know it's September.
Yeah. I don't think it's quite chilly weather
Well,
yet.
but
It's going to be like almost 90 today.
some friends of ours, our friends the Duncans, Linda had some surgery, so we made dinner for them. And my wife said to me a couple of days before, will you make dinner for the Duncans? And I said, yeah, sure. And I said, well, I said, what should I make? Maybe I'll make lasagna. And then I thought, no. Dave's from an Italian family. He grew up eating Italian food, and his mother cooks Italian. I'm not going to make lasagna. I know, a big pot of chili. I'll make a big pot of chili. So I have all this planned, and then the day before yesterday, I said, well, I'm going to make that chili for the Duncans tomorrow. My wife said, well, chili?
It's hot.
It's not chilly weather.
It's not chilly weather. She's
right. I thought of chili when it was rain. It was rainy last week, and it was kind of rainy and drizzly. And I said chili, and then she said, "Well, it's not chilly weather." And I thought, "Come now, wait a minute though. I like a good bowl of chili anytime."
Chili is
Here's why. Actually, hot weather is chilly weather.
Yeah.
Why is it that in the Latin American countries, that's where all the spicy food is?
Yeah.
It's because it's so hot, they want to sweat so that it cools them down. So make it spicy, and it's chilly weather.
Yeah. I just
you go.
I just don't understand why there has to be a certain weather for certain food.
No, it's like
if
Joe,
it's good chili,
Joe makes
anytime.
these stews, but he can only do it like in the fall and the winter. Like
But that's mainly because he has.
in...
That's mainly because he has clients in town.
No, but like you don't have stew in July.
Sure you do.
Stew is a cold weather.
That's true. We make chicken noodle soup, and
You don't ever do
and we
it in the
only do
summer.
that when it starts to
Yeah.
get cold.
But you can do it.
But I think that you could, and again with the spicy, that's what I think.
Well, that's fine. You guys go ahead. You guys go ahead and pigeonhole yourselves. I'm going to be the guy who has grilled cheese and tomato soup any day of the week.
When it's 100 degrees
No,
outside,
I had
grilled
that a few
cheese
weeks
and
ago. I had that a few weeks ago because we had tomatoes from Dad's garden, and we had too many.
So you made tomato soup?
So Sue made tomato soup, and we had grilled cheese.
By the way, you can always bring me more tomatoes.
Oh, okay. Smoked Gouda grilled cheese.
Yeah.
Awesome. Coda.
So that's I'm going to be the guy because I like a good
You
bowl
break
of
the
chili.
rules there,
Anytime.
Bill.
Stu, you have Joe next summer.
Okay.
Right.
Have Joe make me a stew.
We'll have you over for stew.
I'm telling
I'm
you.
not following society's rules.
I'm not putting up with that chilly weather.
That's right.
I'm going to eat chili anytime I want.
Don't try to tell me.
Sometimes I felt a little tied down by a mortgage, kids. I felt tied down
you're
by.
pushing back.
That's it,
Push
baby.
back.
That's it.
Take that.
No more crap for me. I'm eating chili in the summer.
Take that, society.
In your face, man.
Always being held down by the man.
That's it. All right. Chili for me.
That's right.
Thank
Don't
you.
chain
Thank
me
you.
down with your manners.
Exactly.
And let's get this over with.
All right, we'll go to your check-ins. Oh, by the way, we were talking about the Trump $2 bill, and Gina said she found it on at Amazon for $19.99.
$14.95.
$14.99. The minimum contribution that they want from you to get yours for the Trump people is $39.95.
Jesus.
All right. We'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696 right after we officially begin the show. We have a
Out
sponsor?
on the road, the lies we tell ourselves are costing lives. Buckle up, whether you're a driver or passenger. Learn more at zerofatalities.com.
The moon is a waxing crescent moon, moving ever closer to being a full moon. The moon will rise today at 10:15 a.m. Today being Thursday, it's the 18th day of March in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2021. 363 days now we have been doing of pandemic radio. And you can see us because we're broadcasting from our homes. You can see us live at x96.com. And it's 1 year exactly since the Magna earthquake shook us up and made me say a word on the radio that's not allowed. This is the award-winning Radio from Hell show, starring the award-winning Lords of Morning Radio, Kentucky Colonels, Sons of the Soil, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie for short, and Skip and Miriam. Katie's our producer. Skip and Miriam are crammed into the control booth together. I'm sure they've become very close over the past several months as they're in the control room working to keep the show running as well. It is absolutely incredible Kid Day, Awkward Moments Day, Supreme Sacrifice Day, and the Goddess of Fertility Day.
The Goddess of Fertility Day.
Yeah, would you like to know anything about any of those?
Sure.
Which one?
What's Incredible
Goddess.
Kid Day?
Carrie was kind of taken with Goddess of Fertility.
Only
Well,
because in Raiders of the Lost Ark, you know, the gold idol that he has at the beginning that he lifts up and the rock comes and all that.
Yep.
That's a fertility god idol. So I was curious when you said fertility
This day
gods.
celebrates Aphrodite and other gods and goddesses of fertility. In ancient times, many cultures had multiple gods and goddesses. Each one represented various aspects of life. So pick the goddess of fertility that you like. And an absolutely incredible Kid Day, Gina. Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure, your kids are pretty good, but my kids are better. That's
That's what it is?
That's what that day's all about. Yeah. All right. Do we have any check-ins?
Not yet.
The fertility goddess is currently leaving me. She's
You mean
leaving
right
me
there?
behind.
Is it sloughing off right now as you're sitting there? That's kind of weird.
I am starting to change, which is weird
Because you...
because I don't have a uterus.
Yeah.
But I have ovaries, and here's an impression of my ovaries.
So dusty in there? Yep, you're sloughing them off right there in the chair, aren't you?
Yep.
Really?
And it sucks.
Here, let me get a microphone down there, Gina.
Thank you.
Won't they?
I'm
won't they
having
take
the-
them out? They don't take ovaries out when they.
You don't want them to. You want to hang on to those hormones as long as possible.
What? So that you can have this happen?
No, just because it's better for you to have them as long as you can. But at some point, they give up the ghost. And I am having
You have ghost ovaries.
hot flashes and night sweats, which are
Mission Impossible.
super
Ghost
fun.
ovaries.
It's a little too much information for me. I don't.
Bill,
Well, let
this
me-
is real life. Put
That's
on your
true.
big boy pants and
Well,
take
look-
it like a man,
look.
okay? You can
Okay, I'll put on my big boy pants and take it like a man. Your ovaries and your hot flashes and your night sweats.
Tell you what, Bill, let me distract you real quick. Remember
Yeah.
you were talking about bubblegum cards
Yeah.
some time ago.
Yeah. Oh, now is there gum in it?
These are from, as is dated, 1989 on the back. Mm-hmm. There is gum inside.
Batman.
This is from the Michael Keaton Batman bubblegum cards.
You mean the real Batman, Michael Keaton?
Well, it's the second series, so it's not valuable at all.
Now,
There is
where
gum
did
in
you-
here.
Where did you get that?
I got these at Dr. Volt's for a couple of bucks.
So they're selling ancient bubble gum cards
Yeah.
with ancient bubble gum in them.
Yeah, because collectors,
Yeah.
people want that stuff.
Yeah.
As you can see, it's unopened.
Yeah. Does it still have that smell? Like you can smell the bubble gum?
No.
It's too old.
Now, JM at Dr. Volt's, he said, "Don't eat the gum." I said, "Well, that's why I'm buying it. It's an experiment. I want to try the gum." He says, "Don't eat the gum." I ate it on a dare. Don't eat the gum.
I ate it on a dare.
I mean, it won't hurt you, but it's
It won't
just
hurt you.
nasty.
But sometime today,
You
maybe,
gonna try it?
or tomorrow,
Okay.
you let me know,
Okay.
and I'll open these up and eat the gum.
Anytime you want to. I'm curious to see the cards too. How many are in there? 4 or
There's
5?
no, there's about 8, maybe, I think. No, 9 cards. It says 9
Cool.
cards, 1 sticker, and 1 stick of bubble gum.
Cool.
All right. There you go. Traffic, please, Gina.
Let's see what we have going on. UDOT.
Do you mind if I help you with this, Gina? Because if I don't, then we double up in the next break because
All right.
traffic.
Yes.
The spring thaw means great deals at Scott Hale. Give your furnace a tune-up for just $30. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
So far, so good, traffic-wise. I have to go all the way to Moab to find debris in the road in Grand County on SR 128. So that's good for folks up north here. If you see something you want to share it with us, you can text it. If it's safe for you to do that, 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back with, let's see. We got Big Boy News, we got Geek News, and you can start thinking about it now. Coming up at 7 o'clock, Beat Gina. You could win a Radio from Hell face mask, and you will need a face mask in the coming year. We've got Alfred Hitchcock trivia. Very easy Alfred Hitchcock trivia for you. Well, I won't say very. I'll say easy.
Okay.
Alfred Hitchcock trivia for you coming up. So stand by for that. All right. We got Big Boy News coming up after the standby. X96.
I'm really excited to. I was worried about not being able to get fudge from my usual sources, but apparently I can get
Your
fudge
usual
online.
fudge
Well,
source?
I like to go around to holiday boutiques, and buy my Christmas fudge. And
But since normal fudge tunnels have been closed these years,
that's true. And but apparently I can get my holiday fudge, and I'm hoping Pinoche as well, online. Online fudge, I think, is...
But is it local fudge?
Yes.
Because you want the local fudge. You don't want...
I think there's a way I can get local fudge online. That's what I'm hoping. But, I like to go around to the holiday boutiques, and I'll buy some thumbprint cookies and, holiday fudge.
Do you like nuts in your fudge? Or are you just straight ahead fudge?
I like corn. I'm sorry.
We're just going to leave you hanging there on that one.
yeah, I'm sorry.
I don't know. That was terrible. I'm
We're
sorry.
going to let you
There's
twirl.
a body in the street, and we're walking away from it. That's just,
Nuts, nutty fudge. Nutty fudge is okay. Yeah, just don't overdo it with the nuts and the fudge. But I don't understand fudge.
You've been going on and on about it, and you don't get it?
I don't understand it. It's like you're eating a giant square of frosting,
yeah.
right? I mean,
It's for people who don't like brownies.
You can't eat a lot of fudge. Fudge is like a
Yeah, it's like that much.
Side tiny.
It's like a mouthful, and
Yeah.
that's all you need.
there's fudge in the Biden White House. Yeah. Let's see. Well, I gotta
You mean there
find
will
out.
be? Because
There
there's
will
not a
be
Biden White House
Well,
yet.
in the cabinet,
There's the promise of fudge.
there is fudge in the cabinet, in Biden's cabinet.
There's a director or secretary of...
Marsha Louise Fudge.
Oh, okay.
She's an American politician. She's in the House of Representatives, but I think she's been asked by Biden to be Agriculture Secretary.
Well, that's perfect. Although
Fudge for
fudge isn't
agriculture.
something you farm.
Well, in my case, it is.
Well, no, it's mined, isn't it? So,
Yeah, got a fudge mine.
mining for
Yeah,
fudge.
you drill for it
In
sometimes.
the fudge caves.
You can either drill for it or mine for it.
Oh, there's a cave. There's caves.
There are fudge caves, yeah.
Yes.
Those are very, very rare, but that's natural fudge. It's hard
That's the best kind.
Are we
find.
done yet with this?
Well, and they have the special containers called fudgeware that they pack it in, and that's all I'm saying. about that.
Now we're walking away from the body that you are in the street.
I'm out.
I make one corn comment.
I'm out.
Mine was a little bit more subtle. All right,
Yeah, sure was.
it was. All right.
Rod Stewart.
What?
I just saw this. There's pictures of Rod Stewart and his wife getting a cozy lunch date at the Subway near their Essex home. There's a picture of them sitting in the Subway. They ordered two 6-inch subs.
Really? What beverage did they have, Gina? Did they have? I don't know if Subway is a Coke or a Pepsi venue. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. Just
I hope they had a cola.
you don't think of Rod Stewart as.
I don't think of Rod Stewart. Period.
And he didn't wait in a car and send his wife in.
Why would he?
He's just sitting there.
Why would he? He's a chivalrous man.
If I'm really hungry, I stop by the Subway. Come on, honey, let's get some.
See?
Thank you.
Did you get that, Gina? Did you get that? Did you understand that? Do we have to, Gina? Did you understand all of that about your ovaries? Maybe we have to play it again.
Hot flushes are typical of such disorders. The patient is aware of a sense of smothering and a feeling of warmth passing over the body.
Oh, my.
Ooh.
Dilatation of the superficial capillaries brings on the blushing of the face and neck. This may be followed by visible perspiration and later by chills.
Well, okay.
Many neurovascular changes occur, which often lead to a variety of subjective emotional disturbances,
This man is
affecting every
describing
woman
this
to a
very
greater or
specifically
less
for you,
degree.
Gina. I hope
The
you
emotional
understand.
disturbances of the climacteric may take the form of deep depression or complete indifference to surroundings.
Indifference? Gina?
Huh?
I don't care. What do I care?
You don't give a hot flash care.
I don't even give a care.
Your ovaries are senile.
Shut up about my
Shut up.
And he said
Your
the,
ovaries.
the bleeding period. Doesn't
Oh,
he
that
mean-
ended a long time ago.
Doesn't he mean the bleeding period?
All right. We got geek news coming up in a moment, but first, big boy news and Opinioendo, brought to you by.
They want everyone to know Strong is the place to go. Unlock stronger pricing at strongvw.com.
Thank you.
Well, let's see here. Oh, this is a tragedy. She was one of a kind and original. She will be missed. It happened a few days ago, and it's been in the file. And this is a minor actor, but not for some. Nicola Paget. You know who that is?
No.
She was 75 years old. Nicola Paget, the actress who played the rebellious and thoroughly spoiled Elizabeth Bellamy on the beloved television series Upstairs, Downstairs.
Yep. No idea.
Yeah, and also that was a very popular show in Great Britain, and then when it came here on the KE, the public television. The title role, she was also the title role in an acclaimed BBC version of Anna Karenina. She died on March 3rd at a hospice center in suburban London, 75 years old. Daughter died of a brain tumor, her daughter said. Jay-Z made a little money the other day.
Oh, good, because he's been hurting for that.
Well, he's a billionaire, but you can always hope for a little more money, especially when you got stuff just laying around the house that you want to sell. He said, I'm never going to drink this bottle of Douce, so let me sell it. And there's an auction house that'll sell it for him. It's cognac, very rare. It went for $52,500, one bottle of cognac. The money, though, he said, it's going to charity organization, the one he started called the Sean Carter Foundation, a nonprofit dedicated to mentoring students. The Grand Champagne Cognac, called Bottle Number 1, limited edition spirit from 1969, stored in an opulent diamond-shaped bottle with an engraved signature from the Empire State of Mind rapper himself. The auction went live on March 1. No reserve. There were a lot of bids. They figured it would go for anywhere from $24,000 to $75,000. He got $52,500 for it. The latest on the coronavirus here in the nation, coronavirus reinfections. They're talking about that in a story I read today. Reinfection with the COVID-19 virus is very rare, apparently, but it is more common for people 65 and older to get infected more than once, according to a study published in The Lancet yesterday. A team of scientists, including some from Denmark's Department of Infectious Disease Epidemiology and Prevention, noted that most people who've had COVID-19 seem to have some protection from reinfection. That remains stable for more than 6 months. In the follow-up, after 6 months, the study didn't find any evidence that the protection was waning, so it may be longer than 6 months.
But they should still get the vaccine, even if they have that.
But a check of the demographic of people who were getting infected, again, showed it was mostly people aged 65 and older who were getting reinfected. Well, Utah, we're doing great here in Utah with 700 yesterday. 700.
Creeping back up?
Utah Department of Health reported, not 700, 699 new COVID cases yesterday, along with 5 additional deaths. Officials said 4 of the deaths occurred before February 17th. I don't know why they're just getting around to counting them now, but that's it. As of Wednesday, the state has administered 1,054,727 vaccines, and rolling 7-day average for percent of positivity of people 8.3%. So there you go. It looks, they've been very low for the last 4 or 5 days, but they're now almost 700 again. Governor Spencer Cox has declared a state of emergency. Drought.
Yeah.
The order issued yesterday afternoon allows for state and federal resources to be used to help farms and communities that might be impacted by what is expected to be a very long, hot summer.
This is what you get when you get a farm boy in the office,
We've been monitoring drought conditions carefully and had hoped to see significant improvement from winter storms, the governor said in a statement. Unfortunately, we haven't received enough snow, even though it seems there's been a lot. We haven't received enough snow to offset the dry condition. I ask Utahns to evaluate their water use and find ways to save, not only because of current drought conditions, but also because we live in one of the driest states in the nation.
Yes.
We
should always be thinking that way, always.
These comments from a governor who signed a bill which allows for the Colorado River project and ultimately the Lake Powell pipeline to get water that doesn't exist and is not likely to exist again, at least for not a very long time, to St. George residents. water from Lake Powell, which is 39 feet below
Yeah.
Its highest water condition. There is some thought that at some point the world's largest silt trap, the dam there, will just be shut. They'll just shut it all down because there won't be enough water.
There's nothing to hold back.
Well, there'll still be water to hold back, but not enough water to generate any kind of power there or anything like that. So the governor recognizes that there's severe drought,
Well,
and yet he's still.
See, the farm boy in him recognizes there's a drought, but the GOP in him still has masters at the think tanks that need to,
A man and a woman who were found dead in a Murray home on Tuesday evening. Police officer Tyler Blower said that officers responded to a welfare check after the families of the individuals had called after not hearing from them. For several days, police entered the home to find a man and a woman dead and a firearm on the scene. The investigation is active, but if you find two dead people and a gun, you kind of think it's a murder-suicide situation. Let's see. Oh, well, I saw this story, and I wasn't going to mention it except for this guy's name. Now, they had to shut down the Legacy Highway in Davis County because there was a man claiming to have a bomb, and they shut down the Legacy Highway yesterday. The man was finally taken into custody. North Salt Lake Sergeant Mitch Gwilliam said that Michael Looser, Looser, or maybe you could take one O out of his name, was driving a pickup truck with a spray-painted windows and an American flag that covered the vehicle's license plate.
Yep.
When police attempted to stop the truck, Mr. Looser fled, and a pursuit ensued. Woods Cross police later discontinued the pursuit while Mr. Looser continued on into the North Salt Lake area. Apparently, his truck broke down and stopped on the highway. He claimed to have a bomb in there. He did not.
He was armed.
There was a shotgun. He had a shotgun in the truck.
But he also had a broadsword.
Oh, it doesn't say that here.
Does it say that? It's on the video.
Oh, it says here he was talking nonsensically throughout the incident and swinging a metal rod in a threatening manner.
Oh, okay. All right.
So maybe it wasn't a sword.
I read where it was a broadsword somewhere.
So there, Mr. Looser.
Yeah.
Let's see. The Atlanta
I wonder who he
shootings.
voted for. I'm curious.
You can't tell by all the evidence.
Well, that evidence, it just still makes me wonder.
No way.
Tuesday's fatal shooting of 6 Asian women in Georgia have turned a spotlight on a disturbing trend of the past year. Crimes against people of Asian descent have risen sharply in the United States, along with online slurs blaming them for the COVID pandemic.
Gee,
I wonder
where'd they get that
got
from?
that idea. The China virus,
The Kung
China.
Flu. Remember, Kung Flu, that was a favorite, too.
Authorities say the alleged shooter, Robert Aaron Long, does not appear to have been motivated by ethnic hatred, but the broader trend of hateful words and deeds against Asians and Asian Americans is clear.
Yeah. I wonder who he voted for. I'd just be curious.
They say that this has spiked since the November presidential election and the contentious months that followed. Andrew Cuomo, this is what I call a dick move.
Well, if it's Andrew Cuomo,
Yeah. So he's being investigated for these sexual harassment and allegations against him. So his office, Cuomo's office, is conducting its own investigation, a counter-investigation into the. That's what you call a dick move, I'd say. And then finally, this story for you, Carrie.
Yes.
It's a sad story, but it's one that you have been predicting. A 21-year-old in India was playing badminton with her friends on a terrace when a tribe of monkeys attacked. They ended up chasing her. She ran up onto the roof to escape them. The monkeys chased her off the roof in a wild rampage, and she lost her life in that incident. the monkeys went after this person specifically. I don't know what she'd done to make them angry.
Oh, she knows what she did.
I don't know. All right, that's it.
All right. Sports weather traffic.
Well, sad news in local sports. NBA legend Sean Bradley was badly injured in a car versus bicycle accident in St. George back in January that has left him paralyzed. So Sean Bradley, of course, a big BYU player and played in the NBA for years and years and years. He's 48.
The
He's
Dallas
7
Mavericks,
feet.
Mostly, yeah.
Yeah, he's 7'6", and apparently he was like a block from his house in St. George, and a car came out of nowhere, hit him from behind, and he has traumatic spinal cord injury that has left him paralyzed. He underwent neck fusion surgery, and he's been hospitalized for the last 8 weeks. So, sad news for BYU basketball fans. The Jazz play tonight. The Washington Wizards. That game is at 5 p.m. Carrie, can you help me out with the weather?
Yes, I can. I'm sorry, I'm getting the Beachina questions together. Yes, weather, the spring thaw means great deals at Scott Hale. Give your furnace a tune-up for $30, just $30. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Partly sunny today and quite warm, 66 for a high. We could get up to 70 by tomorrow. That is your weather. And traffic has been very light this morning so far. I don't have any accidents to tell you about, but if you see something, you want to share it with friends of the program, you can always text it to us, 33986.
All right. We do have Beat Gina coming up just after 7 o'clock. You can call and line up now if you'd like. 877-602-9696. That is the number to call to line up. It's Alfred Hitchcock trivia today. So stand by for that. Is Geek News sponsored by anyone? Bushmills?
It's a great time to be a geek in Utah. Dr. Volts and the Nerd Store have joined forces. Comics, collectibles, action figures, and so much more. The Nerd Store and Dr. Volts.
Thank you very much. Brand new episode of GeekShowPodcast.com available now. Today is the big day for DC Comics and superhero fans that love the Justice League. We're talking Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, The Flash, Cyborg, all those guys. Because you get your Zack Snyder version of the Justice League on HBO Max today. It's 4 hours long. I've got to try to find time to carve out in my schedule so I can do that. And when I say my schedule, I mean my wife's schedule.
Because you can do it at any time. You can start 10:01 today. Can
you run through this again for me? How this came about, and is it a whole story involving all of these characters?
Yes. Now, the movie is, I don't know how many years old, 3-4 years old. They started working on it. Zack Snyder was making it. Justice League movie. He had the script. He had the story. He had all of this. Well, then he had to step away due to some family problems. So they said, who can we get to finish this? Who has experience doing these superheroes with many characters in a large kind of, that Joss Whedon fella. Yeah, he did them Avengers movies. Let's call him. So they bring in Joss Whedon, and apparently he was a real diva because he had just done 2 Avengers movies. He came in and said, nope, we're rewriting this, we're doing this, we're making this different, we're going. And so he made a movie that was what he thought was...
Was it any good?
Yeah, I thought it was okay, but most people didn't.
It was called
Justice League.
Justice League. Okay.
Yeah. Well, then, Zack Snyder has all of this footage, and it's all like in black and white with no special effects and all that. And he says, I could put together a version of it that was my version because the fans allegedly want that. And Warner Brothers said, okay, here's some money. They gave him enough money essentially to make like 2 independent films and said, here, finish it up and we'll put it on HBO Max. So he took all of his footage that he shot, stuck it together, did the special effects, got it going. It's apparently a mostly different telling of the story, and it's 4 hours long.
Okay.
It also probably means I'm just guessing, it probably means all of the jokes have been removed.
And is it R-rated?
No. but it is a pretty heavy PG-13, from what I understand. But it was here's something that you did not know about the Zack Snyder Justice League. The company Wonderland at Home has an immersive at-home dining experience via meal kit for you to be paired with your viewing of Justice League.
What?
Now, there's a whole bunch of different recipes, but I'm just going to focus here on the Aquaman-inspired dish. Behold,
Is it fish?
the Ocean Trench. The first course is the Ocean Trench, an Aquaman-inspired take on the classic fish and chips. Designed by Michelin-starred chef Carl Odell, it's Icelandic cod piled on a crisp potato base, dribbled with a tart French dressing and topped with beer batter scraps. Now, the entire meal kit for 2 people is $130, $240 for a 4-person kit. If you've got a hungry clan, then there you can have a lot of fish and chips.
Okay.
All right. Let's move along. The Star Wars Holiday Special lives in infamy as one of the most peculiar and bad and strange things that has ever been created.
Some people love it.
It was created back in just about a year after Star Wars hit, and they gave George Lucas a TV special, and he decided he wanted to do a Christmas special called the Star Wars Holiday Special. Now, there's a lot of pain involved in that, but there was one thing that came out of it that was really cool, and it was like a 7-minute cartoon where we met Boba Fett. It was the first time we saw Boba Fett was on this cartoon. It was before he was in The Empire Strikes Back. Well, now that Disney owns these things, they're smart enough to know we're not going to put the holiday special on Disney+. We're not going to do it. We will, however, put the cartoon out on Disney+. So you can see it's called The Story of the Faithful Wookiee. It will be available on Disney+ here in April. Also, along with that, you're getting a whole bunch of this stuff that's been kept away in a vault for very good reasons. There's a couple of live-action Ewoks movies, and there was an Ewoks cartoon, and all of them were terrible. The good thing that they are bringing out of the vault is Genndy Tartakovsky's Clone Wars cartoon, Volume 1 and 2. That was around in 2003, and they're going to be bringing that out in April on Disney Plus as well. And speaking of Disney, we do have the date when Disneyland will open. It is April 30th. But again,
just for California, right?
The restrictions are limited reservations and for locals only. So if you're dying to go to Disneyland, get that fake California ID together. You have until, well, I'd do it right away because you got to do this via reservation and all that stuff. So, by the way, the pandemic won't be over by then, just so you know. All right. Okay, traffic, please, Gina.
It's a great start to the commute this morning. There are no accidents reported on city streets or on major freeways. Everything's moving at freeway speeds. Now, maybe you see something that UDOT isn't catching. That happens a lot. So if it's safe for you to text in your information, please do that at 33986.
All right. 657, KXRK Provo. Let's get contestants lined up for Beat Gina. It is Alfred Hitchcock trivia, so Hitchcock movie trivia coming up. It's easy questions, trust me. You might win a Radio from Hell face mask if you beat Gina. All right? 877-602-9696. Get lined up now. UtahAdvocates.com.
801-355-5550. If you've been hurt in an accident or and you're pretty sure that it's not your fault, and you are in pain and you need somebody to help you, call that number, 801-355-5550, and you will be in touch with the advocates.
Now, don't wait to call them. I mean, as soon after your accident, if you dealt with the police and all of that, get the advocates involved right away. Don't wait until you start getting those hospital bills sent into you. The sooner you get the advocates involved, the better.
That's right. So you can also chat with an attorney online, UtahAdvocates.com. advocates.com. There's a 24-hour-a-day chat feature there. If you've been hurt because of somebody else's negligence, you deserve an advocate. You need help. So call 801-355-5550. They don't charge you anything unless they take your case and get you a settlement.
The new X96.
Radio from Hell with Carrie, Bill, and Gina. 96.3 FM, X96.
Last week, these little girls came up to me.
Ow.
They come running up to me, and they go, and I mean they're like 12 years old or 11, and they go, "Are you Bill Allred?" And I said, "Yeah." And they said, "Do you remember us?" And I said, "No." And they said, "You threw us out of that garage in your backyard a couple of weeks ago."
What? You had kids in your garage?
Not my garage, my neighbor. She has this old garage, and the
Wait a
top
minute.
of it.
No, do you have an infestation?
Yeah.
Is it
Of
like
little girls?
That's what it was like. It was an infestation of little girls. And the old garage has like a top place that you can walk up some stairs and go into, a second story, but it's just ramshackle. You know, you can see through the ceiling and the floorboard.
You ought not be walking around.
It's more of a shack than anything.
Yeah, and I realized there were some kids up there so I went over, and there were these little girls in there trying to clean it up and make a playhouse out of it. You know? And
a fort. We want a fort.
Yeah, and I was nice to him because I said I know how attractive this is to want to do this, but it's really not safe. Plus, it's filthy. And I mean, they had cleaning equipment in there and all of this kind of stuff. And I said, it's really not safe.
Yeah.
So and there were other kids coming down my driveway and stuff to go up there with them. And I said, so come on out and please don't do it anymore. And they haven't. I could have I was going to put a lock on the door for my neighbor. And I haven't gotten around to it, but I don't think anybody's been up there since.
Yeah.
At least I don't think so. But then apparently there were some older kids who recognized me, apparently. So they were just really excited that they had been thrown out.
Kicked us
They
out.
kicked us out of that place.
Does that mean Jonesy's going to scream like that someday? No! Is that what girls do?
Yeah.
Hi. Being there for kids is super good fun.
Who is that? Who is that that says super good fun?
It's a PSA for some kid thing.
But you don't know who it is?
No.
Hi. Being there for kids is super good fun.
All it takes is a little know-how.
All it takes is a little know-how. Yeah, super good fun.
96.3 FM, X96.
I was worried you guys would hear Mohammed ordered a duck call a while ago, and it finally arrived. So he's been walking around the house tooting on his duck call.
Now, did he get that from the Duck Dynasty people? I hope
I'm
not.
not sure where he got. Here, I'll grab him real quick.
What's the name of their duck? Is it Duck Commander or something
I
like that?
don't know. Now, see, I'm trying to figure out why he would have a duck call. Now, I had a duck call growing up because we would hunt ducks.
He has been duck hunting.
Has he been?
Yeah,
Oh.
I think Gina's told us the story. He has been duck hunting with his uncle or something.
Interesting.
Yeah. No,
Because I have a passing familiarity with duck calls.
I think the Duck Dynasty people. Their company was called Duck Commander, but that's how they made their millions of dollars. Is with a duck with duck calls.
The duck calls, yeah. That's how they made all their big
Okay,
money.
show him your duck call.
So there's
wait.
blow
First
in
of
it.
all, wait a second. First of all, I want to know what brand this is, Mohammed. What brand of duck call is this?
Yeah,
Bill wants to know what brand of duck call it is. Into the microphone.
It's a Duck's Waterfowl duck call.
Duck's Waterfall.
DUX is a brand.
DUX.
I see.
Okay.
Okay, one more toot and then go to school. Okay, have a good day.
Yeah, that's important. It's important that he have one of those.
I can do
He's
that.
my little hunter.
Yeah,
He's my little outdoorsman.
Carrie was wondering why he had it, and I said, well, I remember the story. He's been duck hunting.
He's been.
Oh,
duck
yeah.
hunting. Okay.
He's my outdoorsman.
That's it, Gina.
That's it.
That's it.
Sums it up, doesn't it?
That's all there. All right.
And now, it's time for the game that psychos everywhere love to play. Yes, it's Beat Gina. While you know most game shows are for the birds, Beat Gina will keep you spellbound. So, if you don't have vertigo, call now to play. It might be hard to get through because there is a dialing frenzy to play the game. And now, here is your host, a man notorious for being the best in the business, beyond the shadow of a doubt. He is unmatched. Now, attired in a fine suit provided by Mr. Marvelous of Mapleton, Utah, here he is, Kerry Jackson.
Go into Mr. Marvelous of Mapleton, Utah. Ask for my friend Bus.
Bus?
Bus. That's his name.
Wow,
Say,
okay.
Bus here. He'll hook you up. He likes to measure the inseam. He's
Bus made me a pair of leather chaps one time.
Yes, he did. All right. We tossed a coin off the air to determine of our three contestants that were on hold who is going to be playing, and it came up Bill. Hi, Bill. Bill? Are you there?
Bill.
I am here.
Okay, all right. Nearly dropped you loose there, Bill. All right, you are going to play against Gina. If you win, if you beat Gina at Alfred Hitchcock Trivia, you'll win a Radio from Hell face mask, which you will be needing for at least the rest of the year. Mm-hmm. And now, but if you, what are you going to give Gina?
What do I get?
Yeah, if she beats you.
Oh, I'm gonna take my old dog down to the Humane Society and get him fixed up with some shots, and then maybe make a donation and see what I can do down there.
Excellent.
There you go. That's the way to go. All right, then, Bill, let's toss a coin to see who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails?
Oh, tails.
Tails? All right, coin toss app says heads. I'm terribly sorry, Bill. That means Gina wins the coin toss. She's going first. That means this first question is hers to answer exclusively, Bill. They are multiple choice. If she gets this correct, she gets the point. If she does not, then you get a chance to answer it correctly, and you can steal the point away from her. We'll go back and forth with questions like that until somebody gets 3 points. All right? Gina, your first question.
Okay.
Let's see. Character actor John McIntyre plays the sheriff in Psycho.
Okay.
His real-life wife, Jeanette Nolan, also had a part in the film.
Okay.
What did she do?
Okay.
Was it A, She was the nosy neighbor Agatha. B. She was one of 3 women that voiced Norman's mother. C. She played the part of Harbor Master Frank Silva. Or D. She was the mummified mother in the basement. She was a Muppeteer, actually. It wasn't actually her. She operated the...
Oh.
I'm going to go with B.
She was one of the 3 women that voiced?
Yes.
That is correct.
That's 1 point for Gina. This is spellbinding. And now it's time for Bill to try and tie the game.
All right, Bill, here's your question. Which Hitchcock thriller did Shakespeare help provide a title for? Was it A, Shadow of a Doubt, B, North by Northwest, C, Is This a Dagger I See Before Me, or D, Dial K for Knave?
Geez, I'm going to go with A.
Shadow of a Doubt? No, I'm terribly sorry.
Oh,
Gina
incorrect.
gets a chance
Gina. To steal and go way ahead.
Yes.
I'm going to go with B.
North by Northwest is correct.
It's 2-0 for Gina. Now Gina still can. Now she controls the question, and we can put a bullet in this one.
Gina.
Yes.
Hang on. Let me make sure
You're making adjustments on the fly?
I'm feeling some high anxiety about the outcome of this.
You should. Gina,
yes.
In which film did Alfred Hitchcock place a glowing light bulb inside of a glass of milk to make it appear more sinister? Was it A, Suspicion, B, Milky Chance, C, Marnie, or D, Dial L for Lactaid?
I don't know. I'm going to go with A.
Suspicion?
Yes.
That is correct.
Well, it's a clean sweep for Gina, and thankfully... Sorry, Bill, you go away empty-handed, but I'm sure you enjoyed playing that game as much as we enjoyed listening to it.
Now, he's not going to go away empty-handed, because Bill's a good guy. He's going to go down to the Humane Society and make a donation and take care of his pup. So that alone, even though he lost the game, that alone, I think, deserves a Radio from Hell face mask. So
you're just going to... This is unprecedented.
Yeah.
If you insist.
All right.
I insist Bill get a face mask.
All right, Bill, hang on the line, and we'll get your mailing information, figure out a way to get you this Radio from Hell face mask, which you will be needing at least till the end of the year. All right, thank you.
All right, that's it for me. I'm going to go into the other room and question my career choices.
Oh, Johnny, thank you. You want some more questions?
Sure.
Yeah, I want to try some of them.
Okay, all right. Alfred Hitchcock's daughter, Patricia, has a small role in Psycho. What is it? Is it A, Agatha, the nosy neighbor, B, Harbor Master Frank Silva, which may be my new go-to answer from now on. It makes me laugh. I don't care about anyone else. C, she is the other secretary in the office where Marion Crane works. Or D, she was the mother that opened the curtain.
The other secretary.
She was the other secretary. All right.
I knew that.
All right. What is Norman Bates' famous line?
Mother!
Yeah, which one?
Well, here we go. There
Okay.
are several choices. Is it A, does this dress make my ass look fat?
No.
B, we all go a little mad sometimes.
That's...
C, we all float down here. Or D, my mom says I'm cool.
Yeah, B.
My mom says I'm cool.
Okay, all right.
I thought maybe you would say, like C would be, are you Harbor Master Frank Silva?
Please. I'm not going to... Well, it's only when it comes naturally.
Okay.
You know?
I'm not going to force it. It's no fun if you force it.
Oh, but I did research on Daffy Duck's Duck Amok and
Save
10
those
shots.
for other things.
Oh, okay, well, we'll see. Barkeeper's Friend I did some research on. Well, anyway. Traffic, please, Gina.
It's a great start to the commute. There's no accidents reported on city streets or the major freeways, and right now it looks like everyone is moving at the speed they should be moving. So let's see if we can keep that up this morning. If you see someone not keeping it up, you can always Text us 33986. Out on the road, the lies we tell ourselves are costing lives. Put down distractions and drive focused. Learn more at zerofatalities.com.
All right. Thank you.
Let's see. Boners round 1 coming up. Here are the candidates you will be considering. Boner candidate number 1. A Utah no vote on the Violence Against Women Act.
Oh, yeah.
Boner candidate number 2. There comes a time when you should just give up. And number 3, your local Shark Superstore.
All right, we got boners round 1, big boy news and opinioendo, all coming up after these. Stand by for all of that. Farmer and Chemist.
I've been to Farmer and Chemist in Midvale. I've talked to the owners. They are pharmacists. And we have Doug Burgoyne on the phone, who is one of the owners I talked to. Doug, why is being a pharmacist so helpful in the CBD world?
Hello, Bill. That's a great question. Well, there are several reasons that being a pharmacist in the CBD world makes a big difference. First, CBD acts like a drug. That means it can have drug interactions, and depending on the medications that you're taking, that may or may not be serious. So you need to have a pharmacist talk about that. Second, getting the dose correct is critically important to make sure it's effective. That means you need enough. And third is that we know the best mechanism to apply CBD, whether that's an oral product or a topical product. At Farmer and Chemist, we have quality products that, when dosed correctly, can help you with muscle soreness, sleep, and any type of muscle or arthritis pain.
We have an X96 special. Get 20% off all products by mentioning X96 in the store or online. Use the promo code X96 for farmerandchemist.com. Farmer and Chemist, historic Main Street in Midvale, 7719 South Main Street, or online, farmerandchemist.com.
It's that time.
Do we still have popcorn in the building?
Yeah, why?
Because we should get rid of it all.
This might be the evidence that we have some. I'm eating it. God, you're a genius. You should be a detective.
Everybody knows you're eating it. Can we get rid of all the popcorn in the building so Bill doesn't eat it on the air anymore?
I'm attempting to get rid of it right now. I'm eating it.
But the fact that you have a small bowl of it tells me there's a bigger bag of it on your desk, and we'll be enjoying this
There
for
are
weeks to
3
come.
big bags of it on my desk.
Mm-hmm.
And don't worry yourself about it. It's fine.
If you would hurry and eat it, then he wouldn't be able to.
I need to take care of it.
You need to take some initiative.
She won't touch any of it.
I will.
No, this is Thai curry coconut. She
I
won't touch
won't eat that one.
And then there's white cheddar pepper.
No,
she won't touch that. Nope. And then there's seaweed.
No,
she won't touch that either.
I like the rosemary truffle one.
It's gone.
Yeah, it was the first to go.
Because it's the best.
Because it's the best.
No, it's the only one you'll eat. Does not mean it's the best.
If it's gone, it's the best.
The Thai curry coconut is the best.
Is that what you have?
It's good
there?
too.
Yeah.
So weeks and weeks we'll be enjoying.
No, I'm taking it home today.
Okay, good.
Don't worry about it. I'll take it home.
Okay, good.
And you don't have to call attention to it.
No, I don't, because everybody can tell.
No,
and that's really why he wanted to get off the phone. He has a phobia about hearing people eating.
Oh, they couldn't tell.
They could.
No,
Yes,
they can't
yes,
tell.
they can.
You cannot tell that I'm eating popcorn on the air right now.
No.
There's no way you can tell. I'm a professional and I know how to do it. I am a professional radio personality who knows.
I was going to say,
Now, if it was TV.
Half of that sentence is true.
If it was TV, you could tell because you'd see me doing it.
I think Dan Rascone has stories of news anchors eating.
I bet he doesn't.
Listen, I've seen Dan Rascone pick his teeth while doing a news story.
On a live shot?
Yeah. Standing there with a toothpick going, well, tonight's news.
Atropos tweets, I hope that someday I can win a prize and have Bill ask me questions with a mouthful of popcorn.
Listen, these are our friends. You eat popcorn with friends. These are all our friends.
It just is going to make people hungry. That's what it does.
I am hungry now, actually. Talking about all
the
this.
popcorn, there's
Thai curry.
on his desk.
Thai curry coconut. The scents of summer, barbecues, days at the beach, with your buddies, the smell of a man, a cologne that says,
I am a man. I am all man. I am very, very manly, dude.
Radio from Hell brand beer scented cologne. A little one-on-one b-ball at the playground, or working all day on your car in the hot, hot sun. A man wants to smell like a man. Radio from Hell brand beer scented cologne. Being a man is hot, sweaty work, and hot, sweaty work all goes better with beer.
Radio from Hell brand beer scented cologne. Now available in convenient 6-packs at Checker Auto Parts and on draft in kegs at Costco.
Coming soon. Radio from Hell brand Zima scented perfume for the ladies.
$7:21 right now. It is time for round one of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst. Deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Winning here secures it a spot in the finals in Boner Dome for Boner Fight. And we have round 2 at 8:20. We do this again, and we'll get another winner there out of 3 more candidates. And we'll take both of our winners and put them against each other, and you will decide Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. So right now, pick your champion from this round 1 to send forward. Candidates now. A third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it, gotta win it, but you can actually pick it up, Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt. And if you've won a Boner t-shirt or a tote bag from us in the last, year, you can pick it up now. We have limited office hours, 9 to noon, 50 West Broadway on the 2nd floor.
Here's Boner candidate number 1. A Utah no vote on the Violence Against Women Act.
Yep.
The House of Representatives approved with bipartisan support, so some Republicans voting for it. I think all the Democrats voted for it. The House approved a reauthorization of the Violence Against Women Act, a popular 1994 law that protects and provides resources for victims of domestic abuse and sexual violence. The measure passed 244 to 172. As a senator, President Biden played a lead role in passing that landmark law, which he recently called, quote, one of my proudest legislative achievements. The law was last reauthorized in 2013. So every so often, things like this, they come up for review. Are they still working the way they were intended to? Are there anything we need to take out, anything we need to add, or should we get rid of it altogether? That's why they're doing this. It lapsed, the Violence Against Women Act lapsed at the end of 2018 after Congress failed to act due to partisan disputes over guns and transgender issues. The lapse has had little practical effect because Congress continues to fund related programs, despite the lack of reauthorization. The core legislation has broad support, but certain provisions added to the bill in the previous Congress exposed divisions among Republicans. In 2019, the House passed the measure with 33 Republicans voting with Democrats, but it was never brought up in the then GOP-led Senate. This should not be a Democratic-Republican issue, said President Biden. It's about the abuse of power and preventing violence.
There's no politics in here.
Well, here's the most contentious issue that politics comes up. In the House-passed bill, there's a provision that expands the criminal threshold to ban an individual from buying a gun to include misdemeanor convictions of domestic abuse or stalking. It would also close the so-called boyfriend loophole to expand the definition of who is affected by existing gun prohibitions to include dating partners. This legislation makes it clear that Democrats consider gun ownership a second-class right, said Republican Bob Good.
If you have a history of threatening your girlfriend, then sorry, you don't get to have a gun. At least that would be my vote. How can you defend that?
Violence against women authority or advocates say that the gun, and there's also a transgender provision in there. So the House-passed bill would also strengthen existing protections for transgender women.
It's just another relationship. It's because it was a detail that someone could say, well, this is the Violence Against Women Act, and they're not women. That's what that's all about.
But it should be in there.
There are protections for transgender women to access women's shelters and serve in prisons that match their gender identity. So, because those things are in there, our congressional delegation, all four of them, what is it, Stewart, Moore, Owens, and Curtis, all voted no. Boner candidate number 1.
That means your right to own a gun, no matter how big of a jerk and potentially violent person you are, is more important
to them
than women's safety.
Yeah,
that's what they are. There is
Second
no
Amendment,
other way.
Gina.
There is
Second Amendment.
No other way to interpret that.
Second Amendment. That's what they do. Second Amendment. Here's Boner candidate number 2. You know, there comes a time when you really should just give up. How many attempts do you think you will need to pass a driving test? 1, 2 at the most?
I'd say 2, 3.
That's a likely number, even for a person who's just started learning to drive. Of course, there are some individuals who require a few more attempts to clear the test. But a 50-year-old man in Poland has appeared for his driving tests a record 192 times and still has not been cleared to drive. According to reports, the unnamed man from Piotrkow Dziewicki has been trying to pass his test for the past 17 years, failing nearly 200 times in the process.
Is it the same thing he keeps getting wrong, or different
I don't
things?
know. Wow. The person is now. This is not the practical driving test. This is the written test. And in Poland, you have to do the written test and pass it before you can do the driving test. Interestingly, there is no limit for the number of attempts a person can have, and so he can't. I think there comes a time when you should just give up. Nope, sorry, I'm not going to be driving. Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3, your local Shark Superstore.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by
Tim Daly Auto Group, home of the Forever Warranty on all new and select used vehicles at Tim Daly Infinity, Tim Daly Ford, and all 3 Tim Daly Nissan locations.
Americans on the right half of the political spectrum have tended to underplay the risk of COVID-19.
Mm-hmm.
They have been less willing to wear masks or to avoid indoor gatherings and have been more hesitant to get vaccinated.
So they're dumber?
These attitudes, well, Gina, go ahead. Alienate the last alienate the very last few conservatives we have listening to the
I
show.
stand by my statement.
These attitudes are part of a larger pattern in which American conservatives are often skeptical of public health warnings from scientists on things
They're
like
out to get you.
climate change, air pollution, gun violence, school lunches, and more. In the case of COVID, Republican politicians and media figures have encouraged risky behavior by making false statements about the virus. So Gina, I would say that maybe they're not stupid. Maybe they're just liars.
Oh, my.
To many liberals, like that, oh, my. Ooh.
You're both taking such shocking stances.
To many liberals, COVID has become another example of modern Republican Party's hostility to facts and evidence.
Yeah.
And that charge certainly has some truth to it. Yet, the particular story with COVID is also more complicated because conservatives aren't the only ones misinterpreting scientific evidence in systematic ways. Americans on the left of the political spectrum are doing it too. That's a central finding from a survey by Gallup and Franklin Templeton. It finds that both liberals and conservatives suffer from some misconceptions about the pandemic in opposite directions. Republicans consistently underestimate the risks. Democrats consistently overestimate the risks, said Jonathan Rothwell.
It's called erring on the side of caution.
I think
Isn't
you'll
it better
find
if you're going to go one way there? Doesn't it?
Better
it does
safe
make
than
more
sorry.
sense to do that. Sure, it makes more sense to do that. But if you speak to the epidemiologists, and I think we're going to have Angela Dunn on the show soon, you know, they will say, I think mostly, there are ways we can start opening up the economy. We can start getting back together. There are ways that cautiously we can do that. But I think a lot of times liberals will say, we've just got to keep everything locked down, and that's the tendency to do that. Anyway, it's a fascinating article. It's in the New York Times today about how your political persuasion makes you view things. Utah pharmacies are overwhelmed with people calling them up toward the end of a business day and saying, "Hey, you got any leftover vaccine?"
Hey, buddy.
And apparently pharmacists are getting really, so we got enough to do without answering the phone with those kind of phone calls. As healthcare workers juggle increased workload, they're being overwhelmed by calls from people known as vaccine hunters. Vaccine hunters are those who are not yet eligible for the vaccine under the current state guidelines, and they call pharmacies at the end of the day asking if any doses of vaccine have gone unused and could go to waste. Quote, "We do not have a waiting list," said Aubriana Martindale, spokesperson for Smith's Food and Drug. "We ask that customers do not call and ask if there's an excess dose of vaccine. Smith's, which has the capacity to vaccinate about 4 people an hour, has a process to make sure doses don't go to waste. And if extra doses are available, the pharmacy reaches out to customers who are scheduled to pick up prescriptions, or who may already be on a list.
But like your appointment is tomorrow, but we have a vaccine today."
Yeah. And those are people who are prioritized based on their age. So if you're 25 or 30 years old and not even close to being eligible yet to get the vaccine, don't call them up and say, "Hey, you got any extra doses around?"
But at the same time, we need to get that vaccine into these folks' arms.
But
the
Smith's
frontline workers.
Smith's is saying we do have a process that they don't go unused, and
the hope is on April 1st. Any adult can get it. So.
It's been 1 year since the Magna earthquake. But federal assistance is still available for people who suffered economic loss from the disaster. Salt Lake, Davis counties, small businesses can apply for the U.S. Small Business Administration for up to $2 million to help meet working capital needs caused by the earthquake. The deadline to apply is April 9th. Lagoons roller coaster, the big one, the old one. It's 100 years old now.
Wow.
Turning 100 years old. Starting in 1921, it has lifted its riders 62 feet off the ground. You get a quick view westward toward the Great Salt Lake, and then, bam, that first hill, you plunge you plunge right back down to, 50 feet. Then the whole ride is 2,500 feet long. The ride is the same today as it was 100 years ago, even though the cars are a little more high-tech, and the wooden structures that support the cars, they've been replaced multiple times due to age. So when things age, they go in and replace them.
They still got the goats eating the weeds underneath?
That's not,
I don't know.
Maybe.
They used to paint it. It was painted white. Now it's not white anymore. When I first rode on it, it was painted white. And
that was shocking to me to see that it wasn't white anymore when I drove up north here a couple of months ago.
Well, the lumber, as they replace it, the lumber has got preservatives in it now, and they don't need the paint. But man, I remember riding that thing and just loving it. And it was always a debate, now do I want to try and get the front car? And there were times when I was a kid or in high school and college, I'd go to Lagoon and I would ride the roller coaster over and over and over again. I think I rode it 10 times on one trip to Lagoon. And I'd wait and I'd say, now let's see if I want to get the front car or the rear car.
Regardless of the coaster, I always want to be in the back.
In the very last part of it?
Mm-hmm. Always.
Because it's faster?
And then that's the perception. And then do you hold your hands in the air when you go down the hill?
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. To show that you're stupid?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I do too. But it is that plunge, and it's been years since I've been on it, but I remember that it's so severe and so fast that it lifts you up out of your seat.
Yeah,
and your legs press against the safety bar that
it's a
comes
nice
down.
fast drop.
Yeah.
All right. Weather, traffic.
Well, it's a lovely day on tap for you. I've served it up for you on a silver platter. 66 for a high today. Tomorrow will be close to 70, it looks like. Then a slight chance of rain Friday and a better chance of rain on Saturday. So next 2 days are your good-looking days. Let's see. And traffic has just been fabulous this morning. I have no accidents to tell you about. There is it says fire affecting the roadway. Not sure what is on fire, but eastbound 33rd South at 13th East in Mill Creek. So if somebody has more information on that or on any traffic, and it's safe for you to send it in to us, if you could please do that at 33986. Out on the road, the lies we tell ourselves are costing lives. Put down the distractions and drive focused. Learn more at zerofatalities.com.
Mm-hmm. Don't forget, coming up at 9 o'clock, just after 9 o'clock today, Tim from Rise Against is going to be here. And they've got a new song that they just released overnight. And we're going to play it for you. So I'll be listening for that. All right, boner candidate number 3 for round 1.
Your local Shark Superstore. New York, a man in Dutchess County has been ordered to pay a $5,000 fine after pleading guilty to illegally raising sharks in his basement pool, selling them on the internet. Joshua Seguin was raising 7 sandbar sharks, a protected species in New York, to sell them on the internet. State officials started investigating in July of 2017 after he was arrested in Georgia for driving without a license and possessing 5 undersized sharks in a large circular tank in the back of his truck. Mr. Seguin admitted that he was transporting the sharks to New York, where he intended to sell them, and that he had other live sharks at his house in New York. Mr. Seguin was conducting business under the name Aquatic Apex Life LLC and was selling sharks over the internet. Investigators found an above-ground pool in Mr. Seguin's house that contained 7 live sharks, 2 dead leper sharks, 1 dead hammerhead shark, and the snout of a small-toothed sawfish were found. I'll bet his house smelled great.
Yeah.
Biologists moved the sharks to a Riverhead facility and moved to New York Aquarium at Coney Island. Boner candidate number 3, your local shark superstore.
All right, let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, a Utah no vote on the Violence Against Women Act. Yes, that's right. All 4 members of our congressional delegation, Owens, Moore, Curtis, Stewart, voted no they voted no on the Violence Against Women Act. Boner candidate number 2, there comes a time when you ought to just give up. A Polish man has failed the driver's test 192 times in the last 17 years. And Boner candidate number 3, your local shark superstore.
All right, you've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight to possibly become Boner of the Day. Winning here does not make it Boner of the Day yet, because coming up, round 2 at 8:20, 3 more candidates. We'll get another winner there. So we'll take both of these winners, one from each round, and put them against each other. You'll decide Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning with Boner Fights. That's when that goes down. Right now, pick your champion from this, round 1, to send forward to Boner Fight. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit, that's all the computer needs, in the message of a text, and then you text that to 33986. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting March 18, 2021, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages. This is round 1. Michael A. York and Associates. He is what you want when you're doing your taxes, and that is a tax nerd.
We had a caller today who said, well, I have a small business, a little small business of my own. Well, this is the perfect thing for you. You call Michael A. York and Associates because he specializes in doing taxes for people with small businesses, side businesses.
Specifically, a lot of people think, well, it's just a side business. It's a cash business. It's an under-the-table business. It's better if I don't claim that money. And Michael A. York says not necessarily. And he can walk you through that. He can also walk you through if you got PPE money or help that way, stimulus checks. Where does that go when you're filing your taxes? He can help you with all that.
Some people call those small businesses, you know what they call them? Side hustles. I don't like that. I don't like that. Call Michael A. York and Associates for help. 801-REFUNDS is the number, or you can contact him online, michaelayork.com. I have a list that I saw this morning that I thought Gina might find interesting.
Oh, wow, okay.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, if this doesn't spur some conversation, we can move to Gina's list. What was your list, Gina? It's the things that precautions you take that might kill you, right? That's important information as well. But this is 5 signs that you and your partner are not compatible intellectually. Like one of you is really smart.
Why did you want me to have that?
Like one of you is really smart, and one of you is not so smart.
Not compatible.
Yeah. Now,
my
wife
and I...
Explain
this to me, Bill, because I'm not very smart. I need you to...
Okay, well, the list should explain it, okay? But if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Well, let's not forget that Joe is a doctor, and
yes.
You didn't finish college.
He's a scientist.
Why does that always have to come up? Why is that
because it's true. So
there's lots of things that are true.
Listen, I feel like I can bring it up because I didn't even go to college.
Okay.
All right.
All right. What's the list?
Here are the signs that you and your partner are not compatible intellectually. Doesn't have anything to do with education, really. It has to do with intellectual abilities.
All right. That's different.
Number 1, your partner feels superior and you feel inferior in the bonding. He acts like a teacher all the time when the two of you talk. He always tries to make you realize that you're wrong and that he's right.
No, that's you. You're the one that does that.
I'm
Of course,
Gina,
we're kind of married, Bill. So
Gina, I'm just asking you to consider these things privately. I don't need you. I don't need you to weigh in. I just want you to think about it. Okay. Number 2. When you two are not intellectually compatible, then you feel bored in the relationship. So you call friends and family members to get the mental stimulation that you're lacking in your relationship. Or you have a food mistress that you go at. Or you have a food mistress that you go someplace with.
It's true.
Number 3. People who always feel like competing with each other while having a conversation. Sometimes competition is fun in a relationship, but it cannot be the usual case. It's okay to be a little competitive sometimes, but you shouldn't feel like you're always in competition with your spouse. Number 4, if you can't have a deep conversation at all after having small talk, then there's a big issue in the bonding, which needs to get fixed.
How do you even get to the point of getting married if you can't do that before?
Well, this is I think this is advice. A lot of advice. These are things you should have considered, or perhaps Joe should have considered before he married you. But he was just blind. He was just blinded by your beauty, I think.
No, that wasn't it.
Number 5, the last one. If you need any advice from your partner about something, then instead of giving it, they will start talking about themselves for giving examples on the same topic. When people are not compatible intellectually, they often tend to do this. So it's not quite clear, is it?
No, I don't understand that one.
So
really.
If you want
Please
some
help
advice,
me, smarter person.
So if you want some advice from your partner, what do you think I ought to do about this? They say, well, here's how I would do it. This is what I would do. I've had this experience, and this is what I do, and this is it's all becomes centric, rather than, well, given your limited abilities, maybe you
you couldn't possibly handle this the same way I would. You don't have the capacity to deal with this in the way that I would deal with it.
Given your small thinking, what I would. So that's your list of 5
Great,
things.
thanks.
Hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Well, wait a second. I got a little bit more.
I can handle things. I'm smart. Like dumb. I'm smart, and I want respect.
Yeah, what he said.
Fredo.
All right. Uh, 7:47, time to award round 1 of your boners.
And round 1 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by corned beef.
Of course you did. Cabbage, did you do the whole thing?
Yep.
And the key to good sex is good communication. Unlock your best pleasure at Black Velvet Boutique, Utah's locally owned by women sexual wellness resource, open 7 days a week, 595 South State in Clearfield, and online at blackvelvetboutique.com.
Now, I haven't seen the results yet, Katie. I don't know who won, but let's see here. Let me just make sure we don't have them here. Okay, yeah, no, I haven't seen them yet.
It looks like boner number 1 won. I think we're a little backed up right now.
Okay, number 1 won. It's the I was going to, usually we sort of run through them, Katie. You know.
It's a little showbiz building up.
Sorry, my bad.
So you kind of,
Yeah.
there was the punchline right there.
Yeah. Well,
you
okay,
can still
the winner was...
go over them. People
Yeah.
don't remember what they were. Tell them what they were.
Number 1 was the Utah no vote on the Violence Against Women Act. Number 2 was There Comes a Time When You Should Just Give Up. I kind of like to know how all of these did, but... And then number 3, your local shark superstore. Guy's keeping sharks in his basement.
Well, as I was looking at the text voting coming in, nobody really cared about number 3 too much.
Yeah, I have the numbers right here.
Yeah.
Apparently the text didn't go through to you, Bill. So 9 people voted for number 3, 18 for number 2, and number 1 killed it with 160 votes.
Wow. just
Makes sense.
overwhelming.
Okay, there we go.
Overwhelming. There you go. That's the winner of round 1. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. It might be Boner of the Day. Round 2 happening at 8:20. We'll do this again with 3 more candidates. Get a winner there. And then we'll put them both against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. We don't have the mayor on the phone yet, so...
Salt Lake Mayor Erin Mendenhall was scheduled to be on, but she's not called. So, you want to open up the Batman?
Do you want me to do this?
Trading cards?
Do it.
And,
Do it. Come on, do it.
So this is from 1980. What?
It says 1989. This is from a classic pack of Batman movie. The first, the Michael Keaton one, not the first Batman movie, but the Michael Keaton one.
The real Batman.
Well, yeah, from 1989. Adam West. But this is it's not valuable because it's the second series.
Okay.
And so they're selling these at the comic book store at Dr. Volt's for just like $2.
Mm-hmm.
But these I thought they were reproductions because that's the new thing now for those of us who are still fishing for our nostalgia from our childhood. They're recreating things from our childhood in the exact way, like the Star Wars action figures and Mego action figures and all that. I thought this was a reproduction when I saw it on sale.
But
no,
really, it's original.
These are from 1989 Batman trading cards.
So
9 cards.
That gum is how
9
old?
cards, 1 sticker, and 1 stick bubble gum.
That gum is,
do the math.
See.
Tell me how old this gum is.
1989, so 1990, that'd be 31 years old.
31-year-old gum.
Yeah.
Here we go.
You're not going to do... Oh. Really?
Right.
Now, it doesn't have that smell that gum... And
no,
it's gonna be as brittle as a piece of floor tile,
No, that is okay. So the first thing we get is a sticker.
Mm-hmm.
It's a sticker of the Joker. Now it's an artist's rendition of Nicholson as the Joker.
Okay.
So all right. So there's that. And the cards, some of them are art cards.
Oh.
Production
Cool.
art cards. They use.
Yeah.
To help frame the thing. And then the others are, Batman's public service, that there's, pictures of Jack Nicholson and there's the Batmobile parked in the Bat Cave,
Mm-hmm.
So it's a trading card. So it's like the old trading cards. All right. So here we go.
Let's
now show us the gum first before you eat it. Does it have that white powder on it?
It used to. Let's see. Okay, so there's the gum.
Mm-hmm.
You ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right, and you can see this at x96.com/live.
Now, is it the size of one of the cards? Oh, no, it's not.
It's like a stick of gum.
Do you want a comparison?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times it was the gum in there was like the size of a card or just slightly smaller than the whole card.
That looks like a piece of Trident.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Here he goes.
All right. 30-year-old gum. Oh, God.
It crunched.
Crunchy.
I think it broke my teeth. Yeah, the chat room is saying this is a bad idea, and I'm starting to agree with them.
Yeah, don't eat it. Don't do any more of that. I'm just wondering if it still forms into gum.
It doesn't sound like gum.
It's not forming into gum.
It's just staying in crumbles on your...
It's staying in dry crumbles.
I think you should spit it out.
So like the soul leaves a body, the essence of the gum has left the gum.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, spit it out.
Yeah, that's bad.
That's too
now,
bad.
Now, someone said, This is awfully radio stunty of you guys. To which I say, well, that's what happens when the mayor doesn't call. So
we
Well,
fall
you could
back.
have had the mayor here.
we were hoping to put some information out, something that could
Yeah.
help you. But instead, I'm eating 30-year-old gum
I
because
would
the mayor
call
didn't
City
call.
Hall and blame and blame the mayor.
So let her know that she's ruining our show
Mm-hmm.
by not showing up.
She could have been having important mayoral business.
Yes.
That's not our problem. Although
Wow.
she's now made it our problem.
All right. Let's see. Well, since we're taking care of some business here, we got Sean Means coming up with movies. Round 2 of your boners on the way. Also, don't forget Mad Marchness is
You can
happening
still
right
vote.
now.
Go to x96.com. There's a rotating banner there. We need your input. And you're not shy about having opinions on things, so have an opinion on our Mad Marchness brackets.
We've got our brackets set up, and each one of our picks so far. Katie's been completely eliminated, and Gina and I are on the way to being eliminated.
Really?
Bill running away with it this year?
He's got 2 still in there. He's got 2 picks still in there. So I predict a Bill win. The question is which one of his picks will win?
It can't be that raccoon note.
It's going to be the raccoon. It's totally
can't
going.
be.
I've thought from the get-go, raccoon note about a dead raccoon was going to go all the way.
Oh, you did not.
I so did.
I'm telling you, when I saw all the brackets, all the picks that we made, I went, "Oh, that's a tough one. That's a good one."
Left Camel Butter Dish in the dust.
Well, Camel Butter Dish. You knew Camel Butter Dish was a sacrifice to begin with. I don't know why you played that one.
I don't know why you played a picture of your ankle.
Well, I don't want to put any pressure on people, but from what I understand, according to my manager, if my dogs don't win, I have to quit the job. So, so that could work against me, though, is the thing. It's
time to get rid of Kerry Jackson, and we finally know how.
There's a few texters who want to get rid of me, and so they'll rally. And
cute dogs always win.
I don't know.
Yeah, they'll win.
It's a good candidate.
I saw the cute 2 dogs, and I went, well, there you go. There's your winner.
All right, traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, a friend of the program says free truck bed shell westbound 201 right before Bangor Highway exit. A free pleather couch northbound Bangor Highway about 16 south. Oy vey, they say.
Is it genuine pleather?
I don't know if they stopped to check it out specifically, but there you go. They sent that in via text at 33986. Also crashed southbound I-15, 650 north exit in Clearfield. All the vehicles are pulled over to the right shoulder, and delays are stretching back into the Roy area. Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store, 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. Sean Means reviewing movies, round 2 of your boners, all that and more on the way. Stand by. Zero res. Keep it clean. Keep it clean.
Yeah, when you take out your furnace filter and you look at it, and it's just how much dirt gets trapped in it.
I just did that.
Well, the biggest filter in your house that traps dirt is your carpet.
Yes.
You don't notice it necessarily, but it is there. And we've all been home more lately, and that means we are harder on our carpets and upholstery. And
that means more dander, too. You know what that is? Dead skin. So there's more dander in your carpet than ever before. So call Zero Res and get it cleaned. Get your upholstery cleaned, your tile cleaned. Zero Res has been doing business in this town and cleaning it up for a long, long time, and we've had a relationship with them since day one. Zero Res, $33 per room to get your house Zero Res clean. Call them right away if you would. Please, the number is 801-2880, the ZERO, or search for Zero Res on the Google machine. Recently on the Rachel Ray Show, she was promoting her new fragrance, which she calls Fancy. It's $85. She sprayed some in the air and then started naming all the benefits. The main one was that it allows you to fart and nobody can smell it.
That's a selling point.
That's what she said. She said if you're in an elevator and you're wearing this perfume.
She's the classy one.
Do they have a guy's version? Because, boy, I tell you, I'm holding...
You want to wear something called fancy?
I'm holding one back right now, and I don't want to...
Go ahead.
I don't want to
No,
hurt
don't-
you guys.
no,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No.
Go on.
Why?
Do it.
Go
do
outside.
it. Come on,
Don't.
chicken. Come on, do it.
Don't.
Do it.
Not chicken. I'm just not sure you really want
Do
that.
it.
Why do you want him to do that?
Do it. I don't believe him. I don't believe he's holding one.
I believe
and
he
I don't-
always has one ready.
And I don't
I
believe...
believe he
Just
could...
put the microphone down
Don't do it. I'll leave the room.
there. And I don't believe it's going to be as bad as you say.
Jeez. What, you weren't serious?
That's the lowest we have ever sung on the radio.
And I didn't even go all the way.
Oh, man.
There's more.
That's dangerous. Yeah, he did. I made him. I made him.
You know how I am with peer pressure. Here, Carrie, have a drink. Here, Carrie, fart. You know, pull my finger. Listen, it started when I was a
do
kid.
that.
It started when I was a kid. My dad used to make me pull his finger.
He did. I don't smell anything. Seems
Well,
fine.
it'll circulate.
Well,
yeah.
Okay,
It'll come around.
maybe we'd better take a break.
I haven't been eating much meat lately, so.
Oh, jeez. Well,
you know.
You know, for someone that just
That was really
tuned into
good.
this show for the first time,
I know,
just
they would-
now,
We don't usually do that.
We've lost them forever.
Usually,
Really?
you know, we're...
Do you think? You don't think that they could forgive us just this one?
I can't forgive you.
Now, long-time listeners of the Radio from Hell show, if you'd like to call us now.
Listen, I was goaded into it.
I did.
hope
I
you're
pushed
both
him.
happy.
He was calling me names. He
I
was
pushed
pointing
him.
at me.
I pushed him. It's a good thing there wasn't a cliff.
I'm glad we don't have a sponsor for the boner right now.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we'll ever have
Nope.
one either after that. Oh, my God.
He made me. All right. Uh-oh.
Weather?
Somebody just texted and says, well, that's why you guys have a new three-year contract.
And Sue just texted in, I am so proud to be your wife
Your bags
right now.
are on the porch.
I also just got a texter that says, I can smell it from here.
It really is bad.
Is it?
Well, I've been holding it all morning. I haven't had a chance to
Yeah.
leave.
I know what that's like.
I figure I'd be fine until, at 10.
Yeah.
It really started to kink up, and then you talked about that perfume.
Oh, God, I can't believe you did that.
Now, listen, how do you guys know it wasn't just a recording
It
of a
wasn't.
fart?
He put the
Shut up.
microphone down.
Shut up. It could have just been a recording of a
No.
fart. You don't know.
You don't, but I'm here to tell you it was.
Well, see, these guys are selling it. They're acting.
Nope. That was real.
Oh, man.
Great.
Oh, wait a minute.
Huh?
Wait a minute.
Oh.
Don't!
Yeah, it was. It was real.
Told you.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to do it,
No,
too.
no.
All right.
I don't have one, or I might.
Is it like yawning? It just, once somebody
No,
does it,
no.
everybody
It's
just
contagious.
No,
just
I
jumps
got.
in and...
No.
Okay, all right. It's 8:04 right now, and do we have a? Oh, we have a contest. We want to do the contest first?
Oh yeah, we could do that. It's our friends at Clark Planetarium, enjoying exhibits and films at Clark Planetarium. Now open 7 days a week, 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Reserve your tickets at clarkplanetarium.org. Enjoy an experience that will leave you in awe. Reservations are required. We have 2 tickets to Clark Planetarium. I'm going to give you a keyword, and you'll text it to 33986 for your chance to win. The keyword is Planet, Planet, Planet. Text that to 33986.
All right. And this feature, here we go.
That music means only one thing. It's time for Sean Means to tell us about some movies that he has seen and whether we should see them or not. Sean is a writer for the Salt Lake Tribune and movie critic. You can read Sean's work at sltrib.com or all collected at moviecricket.net. Sean, good morning.
Good morning. How are y'all?
We're doing fine. And yourself?
Very good, thank you.
Good.
All right,
Now,
so you got 2 movies, it looks
just
like.
2 movies, huh?
Yeah, kind of a light week. We'll talk about one that's playing in the Salt Lake Film Society's virtual cinema, and called I practiced this pronunciation, Voinarovich.
Voinarovich. Okay.
Voinarovich, yes. David Voinarovich was a noted artist in the East Village scene in the 80s, where he took art from his life, which involved being a gay man dying of AIDS, and being an activist and being very political in his art. And this movie is a very hard-charging, not for kids look at his art, because his art was not for kids, and his life. And it's very fascinating. It's very well done. It's done mostly through his own video journals and audio journals, and looking at his art. And you've got other New Yorkers in here, most notably Fran Lebowitz, talking about him. And it's a great portrait of this guy who, even 20 years after his death, was causing controversy with the National Endowment for the Arts. So it's pretty fascinating. So 3.5 stars for that.
Okay.
And then the big one, and that tells you how low our standards are for how big a movie is these days, is called The Courier.
All right.
This actually was a Sundance. This is actually a Sundance last year under another title. This stars Benedict Cumberbatch. And it is a mostly true story about he plays an English businessman in 1960 who was encouraged by MI6 and the CIA to make contact with a Russian official, a Soviet official, who they understood was trying to get some intelligence to the West about Nikita Khrushchev and what he wanted to do with missiles, particularly what he wanted to do with missiles in Cuba.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And so this is sort of the story you didn't know about the Cuban Missile Crisis, and it becomes this great sort of 2-person thing between Benedict Cumberbatch's character and the Russian guy whose name I haven't even practiced pronouncing. I'm sorry, and it's a good byplay there, but it also shows sort of how he had to keep the lie up even from his own wife. And the ethical sort of things he had to deal with to make that happen. Good supporting cast. Jessie Buckley plays his wife. She was in I'm Thinking of Ending Things. Rachel Brosnahan plays the CIA operative, Mrs. Maisel. Anything to get her into 60s costumes, I guess. But it's really sharp. Benedict is really good, and it's worthwhile. It's 3.5 stars.
Okay, right, and that's it. Huh?
And that's playing, and that's in theaters. That is pretty much it. There's some libertarian documentary out there that I didn't even bother with. And the other one I didn't bother with is a movie that's been on the shelf for 3 years called City of Lies, and it's Johnny Depp solving Biggie and Tupac's murder.
What?
Yeah,
Detective Depp.
Yeah, it was supposed to be released in fall 2018. It's it's been sitting for a while. And
Instead, watch
they
the
figured-
Biggie documentary that my cousin did on Netflix. If you're going to watch anything about Biggie, watch
There
that.
you go.
Mhm.
Let me ask
Right.
you about the Johnny Depp thing. Is he being Johnny Depp solving these, or is it a?
It's playing a LA detective.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Character.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. I got the feeling this was a documentary or something. But
No.
All right.
That
Well,
would be more interesting, I'm thinking.
all right, anything coming up next week?
Next week we got Godzilla versus Kong.
Yeah.
Yay. And we also have Nobody, which I
Also
refer
yay.
to in shorthand as Bob Odenkirk kicks the crap out of everybody.
yes, also yay on this.
Not
one.
funny? Not funny, Bob Odenkirk?
There's a little bit of funny in there.
Well, I mean, it could be funny.
But I thought you said it was
funny
Nobody.
funny in the Arnold Schwarzenegger says something after he punches somebody kind of way.
Where
the-
did this movie come from? What is it? Is it based on a character of some sort, or did Bob Odenkirk write it, or where did this?
I'm not entirely sure. It's the same filmmaker who did Hardcore Harry, which was this weird interactive first-person view, first-person shooter movie a few years ago.
I remember that.
I think it's sort of in the same line as the Crank movies. But Bob Odenkirk instead of Jason Statham, because that's more interesting.
Well,
exactly.
Okay.
Saying something is more interesting than Jason Statham is a low bar, I have to admit. But
All right.
I'll give
All
it
right,
a try.
Sean.
All right. Thank you, Sean. Sean means everybody.
you.
Moviecricket.net. All right. Traffic, please, Gina.
Crash northbound Washington Boulevard. What's a boulevard? Boulevard at 40th Street in South Ogden. The left lane is closed there. Still don't know what this fire is, but UDOT says fire affecting the roadway eastbound 33rd South 13th East in Mill Creek. Eastbound lanes are blocked. You're going to want to use an alternate through that area. Crash southbound I-15 at 650 North exit in Clearfield. The vehicles are all over to the right shoulder, and delays stretch back to Roy. And I believe that's it. If you know what that fire is in Mill Creek or anything else you want to report, you can do that by texting us if it's safe for you to do that, 33986. Out on the road, the lies we tell ourselves are costing lives. There's no excuse for speeding. Drive calm. Learn more at zerofatalities.com.
All right. Thank you very much.
Boners coming up, round 2. Here are the candidates you'll be considering. Number 1, you sheeple won't do your own research. Number 2, he was having a bad day. And boner candidate number 3, an Olympig.
All right. We got round 2 of your boners, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by. X96. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's that feature you know and love.
Hello, sailor boy!
Oh, so my son Festus graduated from Navy boot camp last week.
Oh, so he did make it.
He did make it. So what the last thing you have to do before graduation is it's called battle stations. Doesn't that sound tough? It's a simulated ship, and apparently the people at Universal Studios designed this ship.
Really?
It's like a ride. It shakes and moves, and like you have to go through 24 hours on this fake ship where things happen and you have to react. Like there's a flood in this compartment.
All decks to battle stations. This is not a drill. All decks to battle stations.
Or there's a fire, below deck that you got to put out, and there's a man overboard, all that.
That poop deck needs to be swabbed.
Exactly. But went through that and passed. And normally the family can go to the graduation. It's just like any graduation. But of course, COVID, everything. So they had a virtual graduation, which if there are dozens and dozens of people graduating and they're all wearing the same thing, I couldn't see him, and there was
and
no
they all
way.
have the same haircuts too.
Yeah. Well, and they're all wearing masks. So it's this.
I think that's you.
Yeah. So I watched it, but I couldn't see him. But after graduation, I got a text from him. He got his phone back. He hasn't had his phone for 10 weeks.
That's right. For some reason, they're on real world blackout or
Yeah.
something like that. They're not allowed access to the real world.
So he sent me this text. He said, they just put me on a bus a little while ago. Holding a phone feels weird. Kind of like Betty White discovering AOL Messenger for the first time. What is this phone thing that I... But he said, so we started texting back and forth, and he said, they don't tell you anything in the military. I didn't know I was leaving. I don't know where I'm going. They just say, get your stuff and get on the bus. But here's your phone, so at least he could have that.
Okay. Well.
And they put him on a military plane and flew, because I said, where are you going to the airport? He's like, I don't know, I hope so. I want to get a double quarter pounder if we go to the airport.
Priorities.
But they didn't. It's all military. And so all along we've been thinking, once he gets to, it's called A school.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like college. He's going to medic school. It's school from 8 to 4, and it's college. He lives in a dorm, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But we thought, we can maybe go visit him while he's there, because he's going to be there for 10 months. And his wife is supposed to leave this week to go look for an apartment close by base, because in regular times he could go off base and like go to dinner with her or whatever. And on the weekends, he could go stay with her during the weekends.
Not now.
None of that.
Nope.
He cannot leave the base for 10 months.
Wow.
Now she, because she has a military ID, can come on base and visit him. She can't stay there with him. But, they screen you. But he is not allowed to leave. There's no liberty. There's no... So, now, this is 10 months. I am hopeful that this COVID thing will be much better in less than 10 months. But potentially, I could not be in the same room with him for 10 months.
Wow.
Is that crazy? I don't care for that. But on the other hand, I'm glad they're trying to be safe and that they have restrictions like that. It's kind of like when we were talking to Amy Donaldson earlier, and she was talking about how in the NBA they have their bubble and they had to stay there and everything. But the NFL, they come and go, and this is a military bubble.
Well, I guess you'll have to get used to seeing him on Zoom, I suppose.
Well, so this is the thing that's finally going to get me to buy an iPhone.
Hi, Gina. Welcome to the wonderful world.
so we can FaceTime and stuff. But I'm a little depressed at the thought of not seeing him for that long. I'm hopeful that before 10 months is over that will change. But
I wish.
No.
Good luck.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Because where he is like school and he has a phone and stuff, he's going to see if he can find a time maybe where we can hello sailor, where he actually calls in, which would be...
Oh, that'd be fun.
Which would be nice. So.
Well, there you go. Well, before we get to boners round 2, just need to check on Gina. Gina, are you okay?
Why? Yeah.
Well, after those revelations from this morning.
Hot flashes and your dusty coughing ovaries.
See, okay, but my husband just left, and he's probably listening in the car, and I don't want him to think of me in that way. I'm a nubile, vibrant.
You mean you haven't talked
woman.
to him about this? You haven't let him know what's going on?
He doesn't need to know this part of me.
He knows. He wakes up soaking wet.
We're talking menopause.
No.
We're talking.
I just wanted to check.
Hot
make sure
flashes
you're all
and night sweats. But no, I don't want him to. I want him to think of me as a 22-year-old, fully fertile and complete woman.
Who says to him, "Get away from me."
I mean, the only knowledge I have of menopause is, I was subjected to a conversation about it between my Aunt Evelyn and my Aunt June.
How old were you then?
I was just a kid.
You didn't need to hear that.
I didn't need to hear that at that age. And then I have this educational film that I found, and then there's the Simpsons bit. So that's really all I know about it. Yeah. So
it is a wonderful natural part. Katie, this is nothing to be worried about. Someday,
you'll find out about
many
it.
years from now, you will be dealing with this.
All right.
Give me some time, guys.
You
It's
got
scary.
many years before you have to deal with
Just keep me
at least
posted.
2.
If there's anything I need to know.
At least 2 years, Katie.
Now, let's see. Now, coming up at 8:45, we're going to celebrate. That's not a word. I don't know. We're going to notice that it was 1 year ago today that the earthquake happened, the big one.
I looked up some
Lake.
notes about it that I took at the time.
Oh, good. And we have our recorded audio of us experiencing it live on the air.
Not to scare you, when we play it, there will be a disclaimer that this is not live. This is from a year ago.
So thanks,
we got that.
thanks for previewing that we'll have a disclaimer.
We got that coming up. Now it's time for round 2 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. We say possibly because if it wins here, it's not Boner of the Day yet. It will have to defeat the winner of round 1's voting that we did an hour ago. And we'll take both of these winners, and you'll get to vote on who is Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day with Boner Fight. Right now, we need you to pick a champion for this, round 2, to send forward. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
It's a Radio from Hell tote bag. It's a good-looking tote bag. You will love toting things around town in your Radio from Hell tote bag that you can pick up. We do have office hours. If you've won a T-shirt or a tote bag from us in the last year, you can come by 50 West Broadway, 2nd floor, open 9 to noon.
Like you, Paul Johnson, who won a tote bag on day 50 of our broadcast. All right, Boner candidate number 1. You sheeple, you just won't do your own research. A documentary that falsely claims to show proof that Donald Trump won the 2020 presidential election has been named one of the worst films of the past year. Absolute Proof is the name of the so-called documentary from the guy who invented the pillow, the owner of the MyPillow company, Mike Lindell. He picked up 2 nominations last week at the Golden Raspberry Awards, also known as the Razzies, the satirical version of the Oscars, which honors the worst movies and performances in the film industry. Mr. Lindell, who has been one of Donald Trump's most devout supporters, is in the running for Worst Actor, while the film is in contention for Worst Picture, battling against nominees like Robert Downey Jr.'s Doolittle reboot.
Oh, which was, I hear, very bad.
And Sia's controversial musical drama, Music. Over the last few months, the businessman has refused to accept Joe Biden's election victory and used pro-Trump media outlets such as One News America, OAN, and Newsmax to spread conspiracy theories and misinformation about the vote. Absolute Proof is not so much a film, they say, as it is an extended, rambling monologue interspersed periodically with random moments of stock footage. Boner candidate number 1.
It's
you
longer.
sheeple.
It's longer than the Zack Snyder Justice League cut.
You
no, it's
sheeple.
not. It's not.
You sheeple just won't do your research. That's what it is.
You're closed-minded. You need to listen to both sides. Look at independent journalists. Don't just the mainstream media. All right.
Here's boner candidate number 2. He was having a bad day. Robert Aaron Long killed 8 people, 6 Asian women, a white woman, and a white man in a 3-hour crime spree at 3 different spas on Tuesday. Georgia police have been branded racist, though, now, for the way they responded to this.
Mm-hmm.
He was at the end of his rope, and yesterday was a really bad day for him.
Oh.
And this is what he did, said Cherokee Police Captain Jay Baker at a press conference. After being run off the road and taken into custody, Mr. Long told police that he was not motivated by racism, but that he has a sex addiction, and he blames his crimes for. Police said it was too early to entirely rule out that racism might have played some role in the violence, but that his motive seemed clear. He was targeting the spas to eliminate sexual temptation. Mr. Long planned to drive down to Florida and target porn industry locations afterwards, but he was cut short by law enforcement.
The sex addict's no good, very bad day. Now, do you have the other part of this, Bill?
Now, yeah, I do. So it is also the case that the officer, Jay Baker, who said that, well, he's having a bad day, and was at the end of his rope, also in the past has on Twitter, I think it is, or Instagram, or both, he had posted pictures of a shirt that he really liked.
The cop, not the cop.
Yeah, the cop. Love my shirt. Get yours while they last. And these are shirts that say COVID-19 imported virus from China, CHY-NA. COVID-19, so it's like a Corona, looks like the Corona beer logo. COVID-19 imported virus from China. He thought those were really funny.
Yeah. And so naturally he'd get up in front of a camera and say, oh, this guy was just having a bad day.
Having a bad day.
Apparently he's also a Blackwater mercenary in Iraq.
Oh, was he?
The cop is?
Yep.
He was. So there you go. Boner candidate number 2. He was just having a bad day. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, an Olympic.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 2. Coming up after this, big boy news and opinioendo brought to you by.
Enjoy exhibits and films at Clark Planetarium, now open 7 days a week, 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Reserve your tickets at clarkplanetarium.org and enjoy an experience that will leave you in awe. Reservations are required.
In new court documents that were filed under seal on March 12th, Angelina Jolie says she has proof and is prepared to offer this proof and authority against Brad Pitt regarding her claim of domestic violence during their upcoming divorce trial. According to court records, she also filed another document under seal on the same day regarding testimony of their minor children. Jolie and Pitt share custody or share 6 children together: Maddox, Pax, Sahara, Shiloh, and the twins, Knox and Vivienne. This is just another case of Angelina changing the narrative when it suits her, a source familiar with the case says. Aside from the one accusation that she made in 2016 that was investigated and dismissed, there have never been any other records, police reports, or even accusations until it suited her case. No one knows what she might say now, the source said, but the background, that background is important. I'm Team Brad at this point.
Yeah, I mean,
seems to me like she should just be done with this, but no.
I'm going to sit back and study their habits before I make a decision.
Okay.
As we approach the 1-year anniversary of the 5.7 magnitude earthquake that jolted people out of their beds in Salt Lake Valley, scientists have learned new information about the Wasatch fault line. A new study of the quake conducted by the University of Utah Seismograph Station found that the Magna fault line is a part of a bigger Wasatch fault. We think of the fault as being next to the mountains on the east side of Salt Lake, said Kathy Whidden, a research scientist at University of Utah Seismograph Station. But she said then it dips to the west, so it goes under the city. And because it dips at a shallow angle, more shallow angle than we had previously thought, it's closer to the surface than we thought. And therefore, earthquakes are closer to people. That means the shaking in future earthquakes will be worse than we thought that it would. I say we're going to feel a bit more than a bit less. In addition to giving new insight about the fault line and earthquakes, Whidden said it can provide information when it comes to building codes. The University of Utah also warned that so many small earthquakes does not mean that the pressure is being taken care of, being released significantly. That doesn't have any bearing on the fact whether there might be a larger earthquake. So there was a man arrested in downtown Salt Lake the other day, and Katie watched him running around, and police cars everywhere. He was arrested after shots were fired. A probable cause statement from the 3rd District Court said David Barnett, 34, facing charges of theft of a firearm, felony discharge of a firearm, and intoxication. This happened he was observed getting out of a vehicle on 3rd Southwest Temple. He got out of the back seat of the car, pulled a firearm out, and shot approximately 7 times towards the vehicle.
Oh, wow.
The vehicle that he had gotten out of. The person then threw the gun into a nearby garbage can, which people were watching. And then he ran into an apartment at the American Towers.
Oh, now we have a picture of him at x96.com/live. Holy cow.
He was just getting ready for St. Patrick's Day, that's all.
No, but look, are those all face tattoos? His entire face is tattooed.
Yeah. And then his hair that's St. Patrick's Day hair, that's all that is. He looks kind of like Sideshow Bob in a way. The gun was probably stolen. He kind of admitted that. They finally got him, and he surrendered peacefully. He admitted that he had been drinking and doing cocaine all night long, and he was still pretty much out of it. He said he meant to shoot the driver's side back door, and he purposely did not shoot the driver. He just wanted to shoot the car to make a point, I guess.
Oh, okay.
It's a good way to make a point, to show that you're angry or something. He also admitted that he has other firearms at his house. And now I don't know about what this was about him running into presumably it wasn't his apartment at American Towers. Let's see, the tornadoes and heavy winds striking 5 states as storms continue to the southeast, and they're saying tornadoes could be very strong for a while.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of tornadoes coming along for a while. Let's see, anything else here? Oh, Salt Lake City has been named the least stressed city in the United States.
Says who?
They weren't here a year ago for the earthquake.
So it's a survey that they did, and they it's by a Skin Store, a skin care retail company. Now, they commissioned the study because stress causes skin issues. So let's find where places are stressful and where they're not. And they did a whole bunch of metrics on it. Overall, Salt Lake City had an 81 Zen score.
81.
Yeah. The next closest city was Indianapolis, Des Moines, number 3, Columbus, number 4, Phoenix, Detroit, Minneapolis, Portland, Milwaukee, and Las Vegas are the least stressed cities, the top 10. Las Vegas seems kind of odd to me. But
that it's not stressed in Vegas?
Yeah, no, it's in the top 10 of the least stressed cities, apparently.
I don't know. Would it be stressful to live in Vegas?
Well,
I don't want to live in Vegas.
The only category that Salt Lake City didn't do well in, of all the things that they looked at, pollution.
Yeah.
But other than that, they think it's a good place to live and people are generally not incredibly stressed out. All right? Can I stop now?
Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, sad local sports news. BYU and NBA legend Sean Bradley was badly injured in a car versus bicycle accident back in January that has left him paralyzed. The Dallas Mavericks confirmed this on Wednesday. 48-year-old, 7'6" Sean Bradley was riding his bicycle near his home in St. George on January 20th when he was struck from behind by a car. The accident caused traumatic spinal cord injury that has left him paralyzed. He's undergone neck fusion surgery and spent the last 8 weeks hospitalized and undergoing rehab. So there's that.
You know, Sean Bradley, you remember what his nickname was when he was in the NBA? The Stormin' Mormon.
Oh, that's right.
That's right.
Let's see. The Jazz play tonight. They play the Washington Wizards. They're on the road, and that game is an early game. It's at 5 o'clock. Weather, nice day today, partly sunny, 65. Will be really warm. Tomorrow we could get close to 70 and mostly sunny. Then Friday night into Saturday, we've got about an 80% chance of rain happening then, and then it should start to clear up for the rest of the weekend. But your warmest day is going to be tomorrow. Traffic, we have crash eastbound I-80 at 13th East. It's milepost 125. The left lane is being affected there. Crash northbound Washington Boulevard at 40th Street in South Ogden. Left lane affected there. And a friend of the program said that fire affecting the roadway 33rd South 13th East in Mill Creek looks like an abandoned home. Another friend of the program says going slow I-80 eastbound just before 13th East. Thank you for sending that in. I'm sure it was safe for you to do that at 33986. Injured in an accident, everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to UtahAdvocates.com.
All right, here's boner candidate number 3, an Olympig. Tokyo Olympics creative head, leader of the creative, he's in charge of the Olympic shows, the opening and closing shows. Hiroshi Sasaki has had to resign because he made a derogatory comment about a popular female Japanese entertainer and comedian. Now you remember the guy who was leading the Olympics, former Prime Minister, I forget his name, but he had to resign because he made those comments about women
in meetings,
holding up the meetings and stuff because they talk too much.
Yeah.
Our meetings are too long because the women talk too much. Now this guy made a comment about she's a comedian, and let's see, what's her name? I looked her up and to see what she was like. She's a woman who she's a comedian, and she's got a round face, and she's maybe a little heavy, but he called her an Olympig.
Oh, geez.
Naomi Watanabe is her name. And he said he had told the planning group that Naomi Watanabe could play a role in the closing ceremonies as an Olympig.
Oh,
sure. It was a very inappropriate expression, Mr. Sasaki said. I sincerely apologize to her and to people who felt discomfort with such comments. So there you go. He was, again, another one stepping down because of comments about women. Boner candidate number 3, an Olympig.
All right, let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, you sheeple just won't do your own research. A documentary by the guy who invented the pillow, Mike Lindell, claiming that Trump won the election. This documentary has been named one of the worst films of the year by the Razzies. Boner candidate number 2, he was having a bad day. Police say that a police officer in Georgia said that the guy who shot the people at the spa in Atlanta. He was just having, a bad day. He told me he was having it turns out that this police officer had posted pictures of these shirts that he thought was really funny, the Corona beer logo, but it said COVID-19 on them, imported directly from China.
Yeah.
That's number 3.
All right. Here we go. This is round 2 of your boners. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which... What?
I'm sorry, that was number 2. Number 3 was an Olympic. I don't know.
Yeah, that's okay.
I spaced it out there. I'm
That's
sorry.
all right.
I apologize.
All right. We'll get this one way or another. It's time for you to vote for round 2. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst. Which one deserves to move forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? All right. If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. That happened an hour ago, but that's how we decide boner of the day. You'll take each one of these champions and vote for one of them at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens, and that's when you'll officially decide boner of the day. Right now, though, you got to pick your champion for round 2 to send forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. All right? Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, March 18, 2021. This is round 2. Let's go.
It's best question of the week. This is not complicated. You want to ask us something, you email it, and then we answer it. About pretty much anything you want. It's kind of like hello, yeah, what, but in email form. So send us your questions, radiofromhell at x96.com. Put best question or meh in the subject line, and we'll answer. And Katie has selected our best question for today.
I did. I think it's kind of cute. So this one comes from, doesn't say, I can't say their name, so it comes from Curtis. He says, last night my fiance's beloved cat of 18 years, Tigger, passed away with the Great Bale.
Oh.
Her favorite memories of the 10 years I had with her include basking in the sun on the freshly vacuumed carpet and all of these kinds of stuff. Says, my question is, what are some of your cherished memories with any of your dearly departed fur babies? Anything that makes you well up with tears or pride when you think of them?
Oh, gosh.
Now, I know all of us are animal owners and previous animal owners, so I thought it fit a good question.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's so my dog, Sadie Girl, who lived forever and ever and ever, and I said this at the time that she died. At the time she died, she was the longest relationship I had ever had with anybody. Like no human other than, like my family, have I had a relationship as long as, and dogs are, and I'm sure cats, for people that have them, are great because they love you no matter what. And, in that 17 years that I had her, I went through a lot during that time, and she helped me through some really bad stuff that was going on, because the dog is constant. Mm-hmm. They don't know that you've got stuff going on. Mm-hmm. And having that companion that loves you no matter what and is always there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't think of a specific instance, but my thought with her was, you helped me through some bad times, and you didn't even know you were doing that, but you did.
Mm-hmm. We don't deserve dogs.
Mine was, I did not know. When we first got Artie, I would come home, and if you go to x96.com/live, I'll show you the face that he would pull. I would come home from work, and because he was there by himself, I would come home and he would be doing this. He would move his, he had the underbite already, but he would open his mouth and kind of back and forth like that,
But not make a noise?
Not making a noise. He would just go like that when I would come home. And I thought it was because he did something wrong, and he knew I was going to catch him, and he was like, this is his way of apologizing I thought that for a month.
Yeah.
And then I took Artie to the groomer, as I did every week, and our groomer, Tanya, who is the dog whisperer. I don't care what Cesar Milan says. She knows everything about dogs. And I told her, I said, he does this when I get home. And I showed her. She goes, oh, he's smiling at you. He's happy you're home.
My heart.
And I'm like, oh my God, I feel so bad that I thought it was because I'd go, what did you do, buddy? What did you do? You know. And then when I also remember when his eyes got bad in his later years, we would put a toy on each stair so that because his depth perception was gone. And so that way he could see the toys, because the carpet's brown, and if it was dark,
it's hard
he couldn't
to tell.
see.
Yeah.
So he would see the toys, and that's where he knew where a step was. So we put a step on each one.
That's smart.
But
Katie, do you have one?
Smile.
Yeah, I do. So my very first dog that I ever personally owned was a little mentally challenged. I have a sore spot for a really big soft spot for like mentally challenged animals. But he just wasn't all there in the head. And when I got him, he was missing his 2 front teeth. And I always thought it was so weird. I named him Bosley because it was when the remake of Charlie's Angels had just kind of come out and it was really big at the time. And he ended up developing sundowner syndrome in his later years, where he kind of just forgot who he was as soon as about 2 o'clock hit. But yeah, it was kind of scary. But before all of that kind of hit, he was just a little dumb, and it was a cute dumb. But in my parents' backyard, they have a wood deck that sits about 6 inches off of the ground floor. And we called Bosley over. My sister and I were sitting outside hanging out in the sun, and we called Bosley over to come sit with us. And he gets right up to the edge of the wood, and his legs were not very strong, and he was very chunky because he kept stealing other dogs' foods. So he went to get up on the porch, slipped, and just face planted into the wood steps.
Oh.
That was probably the best thing I have, but I actually have his ashes in a little box that say he finally got his 2 front teeth.
Oh.
That's mine.
Okay, it's 8:47. Time to award round 2 of your boners.
And it's brought to you in part by all of the stuff that goes with corned beef, like carrots and parsnips and potatoes and cabbage.
And green beer? Do you have some of the green beer?
No, I had a little bit of Guinness, though.
Okay, that's... And Young Power Sports in Centerville, Utah's newest power sports dealer. Tri-City Performance is now Young Power Sports in Centerville, your Polaris and Victory motorcycle dealer. See inventory online at youngpowersports.com.
Boner candidate number 1. You sheeple just won't do your own research. It's the film that Mike Lindell, the CEO of My Pillow, made. Apparently he's in it. And he rambles on about how about how Donald Trump actually did win the 2020 election.
Yeah, not presenting any real evidence.
No, his evidence, he presents some stock footage. He presents
Yeah.
stock footage of people going to voting polls and things like that.
And what I love is all this evidence about how there was no interference. It was an up-and-up election. But we have a feeling that it was off, so that's why we're passing 256 voter restriction laws across the nation.
And then there was Boner candidate number 2. He was having a bad day. It's a little more than that when you shoot 8 people to death at massage parlors. But the cop who was speaking to the media said, well, he said he was just, he's having a bad day. He has sex addiction. He's having a bad day. And that cop, as it turns out, also had prominently displayed some racist T-shirts on his social media.
Yep.
And Boner candidate number 3, an Olympic, Tokyo Olympics creative man, director of the opening closing ceremonies, is now out because he made some derogatory remarks, particularly about this Japanese comedian, female comedian, who's a little bit. She's a round face, and he called her an Olympic.
Apparently, she is a favorite on, I want to say, RuPaul's Drag Race.
Oh.
Let's see. Yeah. Darren won a tote bag, and the winner was boner candidate number 2. He was having a bad day.
All right, there you go. That's the winner of round 2. Now qualified to be boner of the day. It's going to be a good boner fight coming up at 9:20. That's when we're going to take both of our winners and put them against each other, and you're going to decide boner of the day at that time. Okay. It's 1 year.
1 year ago today, and I was somewhere just after 7 o'clock in the morning, we had the earthquake that was in Magna. Mm-hmm. It shook things up pretty badly. It was worse in Magna. Some that's where the epicenter was.
Yeah, there were
5.1. I think
collapsed. No, 5.7. I thought.
Was it 5.7?
5.7.
I looked in my notebook. You know what So last year was the earthquake. You know what I was doing in 2019 on this day? So 2 years ago, I was having dinner at Emeril Lagasse's in Las Vegas.
Really?
Yeah.
Times have changed.
Yeah. So I remember a couple of things specifically, and we'll play you the audio of the earthquake. You want to do that now, and then?
It's up
no,
to...
tell us your thought. Tell us your thoughts.
Okay, I was just going to say, what was really strange is after the initial shake, and then I ended up going out to Todd Newcomb's house, and we continued doing. Todd and I continued doing some radio from there.
Which, if you follow Todd on social media, he posted video of that on his social media today, so you can see that.
So I called my wife and I said, "Is everything okay there?" And she said, "Yeah." And I said, "Should I go out? Should I come home or go to Todd's house?" And she said, "No, go do radio. We're fine." And so I went out there. But as I was driving home a few hours later, my phone rang, and it was the tuxedo rental place, and they said, "Now we have your tuxedo ready for the Mrs. Utah pageant that you'll be emceeing." And I said, I don't think that's going to happen. Thanks for calling, but no thanks. So that
all right. So this is the recording. Now, people have asked, did any of you swear on the air? Yes and no is the official answer. Yes and no. As it happened, Bill swore, but we were knocked off the air just long enough. That's the part that freaks me out, is we were knocked off the air just long enough that you didn't hear the Bill swear. Now, our generator kicked back on, and we were able to continue broadcasting. So it was just a matter of like seconds that we were off the air. I did not hit the swear button, I remember.
Right.
Because I was scared.
Yeah. I mean.
And the logical side of my brain kicked in and said, that's not a finable offense because clearly it's not intended and it's under stress.
I don't think they would, even if it had been on the air, they would.
No, that's what I'm saying, is that they wouldn't have fined us.
Yeah.
And you don't hear me in this at all because I did what I was trained to do, which is the minute there's an earthquake, I dove under the table.
Yeah,
and you guys kept talking.
The only smart person out of all of us in the studio.
Well, Gina, you may have done the smart thing, the prudent thing, but Carrie and I, we understand our responsibility as broadcasters.
I still remember Hawk just sitting there, doing nothing, just calm as nothing. Nothing was happening, and he just sat there waiting to be told what to do.
So, all right, let me get the audio up here. And again, this is a recording. Do not freak out.
You can hear the shaking. It's weird.
But yeah, you can hear the shaking, and then we'll get to
turning my mic off so you can hear.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
So this is what happened.
For those who don't know, we're talking about Dave, the flower guy. He decides who Boner of the Week is. Again, this is a recording. Okay.
We had said, I called him last week and said, Dave, we don't want you to come into the studio on Friday. We'll call you and you can pick the Boner of the Week on the phone. And he said, okay. And so we called him and we didn't get an answer this past Friday. I called him yesterday and I said, Dave, are you okay?
We're having an earthquake.
Yep. No.
Oh, we are having an earthquake. That is a bit of an earthquake there. Oh my.
Are we still on the air?
We're still on the air.
Okay. We're downtown Salt Lake and the whole building is shaking like hell.
Yeah.
It's letting go now. It's stopping. But that was certainly an earthquake.
Yes, it was.
Are we still on the air?
We're still on the air as far as I know.
Is there any way to determine that? If you can call the radio station.
Well, and then at that point, people started calling in, and we got them on the air. And
I remember running around like crazy trying to figure out if we were still on the air, what to do, and everything like that.
Katie, there's video of this too because we did the Radio from Hell TV. Can we post that today? Is that somewhere that?
I'm sure I still have that video saved. I'll do some archive digging and see if I can find that again, and we'll post that up.
And then, of course, we did absolutely the wrong thing, but wasn't our fault. The building personnel, building management said, we need you to leave the building.
Mm-hmm.
That you shouldn't really do that.
Why shouldn't you do that?
Because the building will fall on you.
Well,
but either have fall in it,
I went,
it, or
I was outside, and I said to Gina, Carrie left, and then Gina was still there, and I said, you better get your car out of the basement.
Because it was underneath. I don't want the building falling on my car.
Yeah. Now, what happened is that we were shaking more than most people because our studio, and if you drive by on Broadway, and you can see our studio has the pride flag up in the window.
Yep.
It's on a bridge between two buildings. Because somebody thought architecturally, wouldn't that be fun?
So nothing underneath where
we have.
My car was underneath.
Yeah, we have nothing underneath us, and we're just in this, thing suspended between two buildings, and so, when it's shaking, we're getting more so shake.
Dave, our engineer, was outside when it happened, and he was watching the bridge as we didn't run out of the studio, but the other morning show did. He said the bridge was just waving, massive waving.
Well, it felt.
You know why the other morning show ran out of the building? Because they don't understand their obligation as broadcasters.
That's right.
Go down with the ship, Bill? Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
I remember how loud it was. I know you guys had the studio door closed, but it was so loud out in the cantina. It sounded like a freight train was coming through, like the station itself.
And then I went outside, and I was waiting around. You guys went home, and I was waiting around. I was talking to my wife, and I was sitting out in front of the building, and there was an aftershock on the when I was on the sidewalk, and I thought, oh, I better really move away from this building.
I'm not going to be.
So I went over into the center. Even though the building is.
I spoke with Sue. She was genuinely upset, so I decided, I'm gonna get home.
And I went. So Fox 13 was across the street, and our friend Scott McCain was over there doing a live shot. And this is when Festus was working at Fox. He was a cameraman in the studio, and I went over to Scott McCain and I said, I know my son can see me in your camera. Can I tell him I love him? See if he's okay? Because you start reaching out to your family and you want to check in with everybody. Is everybody okay?
And I was reaching out to Todd Newcomb. I don't know.
People you love, like I said.
Exactly. All right. Let's see now. Recordings. Oh, that brought up some PTSD.
Yeah.
It did for me too. Even though you guys said it's a recording from last year, I still kind of felt it. That's funny.
No, I did too.
Try being in the studio that you were in when it happened.
Yeah.
Well, Well, and ever since, I won't lie, we played the game of, is it a snowplow, is it a heavy truck, or is it an earthquake?
Any sort of building creak, I start to panic.
Yep. All right.
If I have a stomach upset and I have bad gas, I start to panic.
All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Crash southbound I-215 south at 22nd West in Taylorsville. It is off to the left shoulder. Crash eastbound I-80 at 13th East, milepost 125. The left lane affected there. And looks like that is your traffic. Out on the road, the lies we tell ourselves are costing lives. There's no excuse for speeding. Drive calm. Learn more at zerofatalities.com.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back right after these messages. Tim from Rise Against is going to be here to present a new song from the band. So stand by for all of that. KXRK Provo. It's that time.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their bishop and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. We begin our drama at the Space Bus Depot in Provo as our fine young missionaries-to-be, Lehigh Christiansen and LaRon Butch Jinson, arrive in Happy Valley and await transportation to the MTC.
Hi, I'm Lehigh Christiansen. Isn't this exciting?
Oh, is this your first time in a space bus depot?
No, I mean getting your mission call.
Well, it was either this or a stint in the Space Marines. This way I'm out in 2 years and my parents are still happy.
I've been waiting for this day since I was 8. I've been putting galactic credits into my missionary fund for the past 11 years.
Oh.
I can't wait to get into the field and start finding people to convert.
Wow, you sure are in the right place. Well, my folks promised me a new land speeder if I found some way to avoid getting sent home early.
Oh, looky, there's a droid over there holding a sign with my name on it.
Must be our escort to the MTC.
I am Decon 1. If you will follow me, I will show you to the MTC and get you settled into your quarters there.
Sure.
Yeah, whatever.
Later, we find our strapping young lads in the midst of their indoctrination. Butch has just been told that he will have Lehigh as his companion for the next 2 years.
Hey, wait a minute. 2 years with this guy?
You don't seem overly enthusiastic about the prospect of spending 2 years with me.
I'm not.
Well, I think it's a keen idea.
If you two are through, I would like to commence with your indoctrination. Here at the MTC, you will be given memory-enhancing implants. At the same time, a universal translating device will be placed inside your skull. You'll be outfitted with the latest in missionary technology, a laptop computer which contains the Bible, Book of Mormon, Pearl of Great Price, and the Doctrine and Covenants. It also serves as a holo projector to allow you to show your prospective converts those wonderful animated tales from the Book of Mormon, which have been loved by millions for centuries. You will also be issued a Mark 32 10-speed bicycle with hyperdrive and one of those cute luggage racks on the back. These bikes are capable of warp 9.3 and have a cruising radius of over 270 parsecs. You will be shown how to properly care for your hyperbike, and you will be responsible for its upkeep. Any questions?
Yeah. Implants? Like inside my head?
Yes.
Keen, when do we start?
Will Butch let the fine folks at the MTC put equipment in his head? Will Lehigh volunteer to do it for them if it'll get him into the field faster? Does the Mark 32 Hyperbike come with a luggage rack standard, or is it a dealer add-on? Tune in next time for the answers to these questions and to hear our elders say...
What you doing, Butch?
I'm reprogramming my name badge so that instead of Elder LaRon Jensen, it reads Butch.
I think the manual prohibits tampering with the MTC issue equipment.
I'm sure it does. Hey, you want to help me put some fender flares on my bike?
On our next kidney-wrenching episode of Space Elders.
No pee breaks, people. No pee breaks.
We got Tim on the phone. Tim from Rise Against is
Tim
here.
McElrath, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Good. We were just listening to the song off the air. The new is it the titular track from that album? Is that how you would say it?
Yeah. This will be the title track off of our album Nowhere Generation.
Yeah, and the song is Nowhere Generation by Rise Against. It's pretty damn good, I would say. Very.
Don't worry, we're going to play it for you. It's not just a call that we enjoyed it off the air and you're not going to hear it. We're going to play it for everybody.
All the secrets.
So, Tim, I'd say, if I may, Rise Against it, you guys have kind of really hit your stride here, I think.
This is a good one.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. This is our 9th album, and so it has really been a fun journey the last 20 years, and we're just excited to be creating music that still connects with people.
Yeah, this is. I was just reading some of the history of the band. Formed, you were one of the original members. A couple of guys, 1999, right? And there was a band that they had that became Rise Against eventually. But it was, I love the name, 88 Fingers Louie.
I remember that.
Yeah, that was our bass player Joe's band prior to Rise Against. Yeah.
Yeah. So, what do you? You know, a lot of people who listen to our show, listen to X96 in particular, they're musicians. They want to be rock people. They want to have bands and all that. Mm-hmm. What do you say to them? Say, how do you do it? How do you stay together like that? How do you find that success?
That's a great question, and I feel like success for us when we started this band in the year 2000. Mm-hmm. I'm sure the landscape has changed to what success needs to look like for a band starting in 2021, you know? Yeah. But I think some of the things that might stay the same are just your love for the music. And we were also never very careerist about it. Mm-hmm. And so we really just loved playing shows and loved making music. And we didn't let the fact that success didn't come to us overnight slow us down, because it really was just part of our DNA to pick up instruments in a practice space and create, and then look for opportunities to get those songs out to people And that's what always drove us. And so I feel like if that's what's driving you, then, follow that passion.
Yeah.
Well, and another thing that's always driven you that I've noticed about the band is I don't want to say raising a middle finger to things, but certainly reacting. And I'm looking at the lyrics to this song, and this is about the myth of the American dream. Am I right?
Yeah, and you're right. Like, the middle finger is part of our creed. You know what I mean? So we've never shied away from being the thorn in the side of establishment. Mm-hmm. It's something that sort of it comes from our punk rock and hardcore roots.
Exactly.
We never really thought, like, I never thought when we started this band I'd be talking to a radio station like yours. I thought what we would be doing was always going to be kind of sequestered in the underground. And so what we found was there was a really hungry audience for what we were talking about. Mm-hmm. And especially as our band was starting, there was a vacuum for that kind of music happening. And we found that people were asking the same questions that we were asking in songs. And so when we first showed up to Salt Lake City to play, was it Kilby Court, I think was the venue we played. We found like-minded people, and it was surprising, especially in an age before the internet, because now you kind of know if those people are there before you go there. Mm-hmm. And at that point, it was a surprise. When our van pulled into a show, we had no idea if anybody was going to show up or not. And so when they did, it was like this huge, real, physical, eye-opening moment for us.
Yeah. Tim McElrath, Rise Against, we're going to play the song now, Nowhere Generation. I know you're probably dying to get back for live shows. Any hint of when you might be doing that?
I will say that in the last year, all my phone calls about touring have been predominantly negative.
Yeah.
And I just had my first positive phone call this week. I had my first phone call with, like, it seems like there were some bright spots on the horizon. So I guess rest assured that we are working diligently to be out there as soon as the lights go back on, and I hope that moment comes sooner than later. And it's looking like there are some good news on the horizon.
All right.
Well, Tim, nice
Tim.
talking to you. We really like the song. Rise Against has always been a great favorite band here in Salt Lake and with X96, and so we're going to play the song now. Have a nice day and stay safe, okay?
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you. The pleasure is mine. Thanks to all of our fans out there in Salt Lake. We appreciate it.
All right, here we go. It's Rise Against, the title track from the new album. It's Nowhere Generation X96.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains, the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find our elders wandering around the streets of the Mos Eisley Spaceport, a more wretched hive of scum and villainy you'll never find. Let's listen. I just don't want to hang around here anymore. This place is pretty creepy.
Well, if we could just find the right parts, I can have your hyperbike making light speed in no time.
Well, where in heaven's name are we going to find parts for a hyperbike on this backwater planet?
This looks like a good place to start.
A cantina?
Yep.
We can't go into a place that serves icky Alderaan ale and icky Tatooine whiskey.
Oh, to heck with the rules. Your hyperbike ain't gonna fix itself. Hey, we don't allow your kind in here.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. We'll just be on our way.
Well, I meant the droids.
Let's go somewhere where we will be appreciated, R2. Oh, don't ask me. I have no way of determining whether or not his parents were siblings.
Hey, Lehigh, check out that cool-looking guy sitting by himself over there.
Which guy?
The one sitting next to that giant furry carpet. He looks like the kind of guy who would know his way around the black market. I'll bet he can help us out.
That giant furry carpet is breathing and just happens to be heavily armed.
Follow my lead. Excuse me, sir, but I believe that you could be of some service to us.
Yeah, what is it, kid? You want to make the Kessel run on the fastest ship in the quadrant?
No, sir. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
He just wanted me to remind you that Wookiees have been known to rip the arms off of missionaries if they stick around too long. So what is it then? Do you Need me to smuggle a shipload of Bibles somewhere?
No, but if you need a complimentary copy of the Book of Mormon, we can arrange that.
All I need is a charge blaster by my side. I ain't putting my faith in some hokey old religion.
Well, I believe that you would find the Book of Mormon to be more powerful than any blaster, and it serves to recharge us rather than us needing to recharge it.
Yeah, whatever you say, kid. What is it that you guys came in here for anyway?
We need a plasma inverter for a Mark 32 hyperbike.
You guys got any cash on you?
Cash?
No?
No, we don't.
Well, maybe we could work something out. You see that guy by the bar?
The green guy?
His name is Greedo, and he's looking for me. Now, you guys keep him busy while Chewie and I here make a break for it, and you'll find a plasma inverter on your hyperbike when you get outside.
You got a deal. Let's go, Lehigh.
Aiding and abetting suspected felons. Zone Leader Henson will not like this.
Now, maybe we won't put it on our report, okay? Excuse me, Mr. Greedo, sir. Hi, I'm Elder Jensen, and this is Elder Christiansen.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Will Lehigh and Butch ever get the plasma inverter off of this godforsaken rockable planet? Will Han Solo try to shoot his way out of his neck scrape, or will he try using the Book of Mormon? Will Greedo join the church just to get away from our elders? Tune in next time to hear Lehigh say, I can't believe we got thrown out of a sleazy cantina for bothering the regulars.
Well, beats the heck out of having your arms pulled off by a Wookiee.
On the next eye-crossing episode of Space Elders!
Rise Against.
I like some middle finger music. It's about time. God, where was it the past 4 years? Very good song, though. Very good. That's
We'll be
Rise
hearing
Against.
that a lot on X96.
Nowhere Generation. All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back with Boner Fight after these. Young Subaru. If you're considering buying a new or used vehicle, think Young Subaru. I've owned 3 Subarus in my lifetime. They've all been terrific cars. The first one I bought is still on the road, over 200,000 miles on it. I mean, that's how well built these cars are. Don't miss the A Lot to Love event happening now at Young Subaru. There's never been a better time to get into a brand new all-wheel drive vehicle. Right now, Young Subaru, you can lease the new 2021 Subaru Crosstrek CVT for only $209 per month, and be sure to see the dealer for details. Now, Subarus are, of course, consistently rated #1 for customer satisfaction, and I rate them as well. And the people at Young Subaru are committed to providing an exceptional customer service experience. So for your safety during these times, they try to work by appointment only. They sanitize 3 times daily. They offer free pickup and delivery for sales and service. So they want you to go to youngsubaru.com, browse the inventory, set your appointment there. If you're thinking of buying a new or pre-owned vehicle, think Young Subaru.
Before we went with the
is what we've got here.
Oh.
It's 20 warning signs your liver is sending you right now.
What are you? Why are you looking directly at me?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, before we get started, I'm concerned because our announcer there says, because people love a good list. I don't think so.
How do you know?
We're getting complaints about these lists.
List complaints?
I haven't seen them.
And I'm like, well, what's? And they said, well, get a good list.
Well,
I'm like, these are good lists.
I think this is a helpful list.
Well, this could be a lifesaver for me.
And it's
apparently.
Just because you don't find a list interesting doesn't mean it's not a good list.
Okay, so number 1, 20 warning signs your liver's trying to send you. You have super itchy skin.
Uh-oh.
It's an early sign. It might just be dry. But if it's becoming a regular thing, it might be worth getting checked out, especially if it's itchy. Also, it's an indicator of cirrhosis of the liver.
Uh-oh.
Really?
Number 2, your skin or eyes are turning yellow.
Uh-oh.
Well, yeah, that's a sign.
Seeing the whites of your eyes start to
yeah.
turn yellow, it's jaundice.
Yeah.
And it could mean your liver's in trouble.
That's what all of these mean.
Yeah. You've gained a lot of weight.
Uh-oh.
Your liver may be to blame. Another symptom of liver
You don't need to say that every time.
Do you know what liver cirrhosis is?
It's when your liver cirrhosis.
The disease develops slowly, replacing healthy liver tissue with scar tissue, blocking blood flow through the liver, inhibiting the organ from working properly.
Right. Believe me, I know that.
But then a conflicting symptom.
What's that?
You're losing weight.
Well.
So which one do you pay attention to?
I don't
but
know.
see, that one's a red flag for Hep C. So either you have cirrhosis or Hep C. So they're both bad.
Well, I wish my liver would make up my mind.
Your palms are red.
Uh-oh.
Well, I mean, I'm naturally pink.
Could be due to fatty liver disease. If your palm, I always say that wrong. Palms.
It's palms.
Your sleep schedule's out of whack.
Yo, whoa!
Culprit?
Liver.
Liver cirrhosis.
I don't know. You're giving the liver an awful lot of
Your memory's
credit here.
gotten worse.
What?
No, that's just with age.
What are we talking about? Yes?
You're always tired.
What?
All of these symptoms are
These are just being a person, all of these things.
A person who has to get up at 3 in the morning.
Your appetite's disappeared. That hasn't happened.
No.
You're a man experiencing enlarged breasts.
Uh-oh.
Again.
No, that's just aging.
I'm working on them.
That's just aging.
Your personality's changing.
Shut up.
You bruise easily.
Oh! Look at this.
You have swollen legs and ankles.
No.
No, you're good there?
Yeah.
You feel confused.
About what? Where?
I'm in radio, of course.
What?
You have body pains. This is a list of...
Again, these are all things. This is this is the kind of list that people are complaining about.
These are all things that can happen for any reason.
You're bloated.
What?
Your urine is dark.
No.
You're okay with
Yeah,
lemonade?
No, it's
Okay.
it's pink.
You can't concentrate. It's pink. That's another problem.
Seems fine to me. It's gaily colored.
You have dry eyes or a dry mouth. All those things, none of those things.
Well,
Again, these are all things that happen to people.
Yeah.
I don't think it has anything to do with cirrhosis.
No, it's.
But it could.
It could.
This is a terrible
It
list.
could also have something to do with
You know
leprosy.
what? I'm going to write an email. Dear Radio from Hell, I hate the lists.
But the liver holds a special place in the heart. You got to.
That's true.
That's what. Yes,
We
it
hope
does.
you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right. 9:22 right now. We do have Boner Fight coming up here in about 5 or 6 minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by
University of Utah Health Plans. They provide medical and pharmacy services that meet you right where you are. For those without insurance, there's a special open enrollment period now through May 15th. Enroll at uofuhealthplans.org.
Well, we were talking about bubblegum cards earlier, and as I recall, the company that made a lot of those over the years was Topps.
They were one of the big ones. Yeah, they still are.
Yeah, Topps Garbage Pail Kids. I didn't know that they did that as well.
Oh, yeah.
Topps Garbage Pail Kids has released a new Grammy Awards-inspired line of sticker cards, as they're called the Shammy Awards, featuring performers on the show transformed into gruesome parodies of themselves.
And they love them, I'm sure.
Available only through March 23rd, the cards depict such Grammy stars as Tree Swift, featuring Taylor Swift literally growing into the moss-covered roof of the cottage she sang on top of during the show, and Wild Styles, which shows Harry Styles about to be attacked by his green boa, now turned into a deadly snake. Also available are UF Bruno, the Bruno Mars, depicted as floating in space, and cards featuring Megan Thee Stallion and Billie Eilish. But Topps has pulled a card depicting the K-pop superstars BTS due to public outcry because the card showed members of the group in a whack-a-mole game. Now, that maybe that would be okay, but they went a little step further, and their faces were bruised and battered.
Oh, yeah, that's not okay.
With a Grammy Award statue posed to whack them again.
Mm-hmm.
The title was Bopping K-Pop.
Ah, okay.
One angry fan noted, "Congratulations, you just showed us what you guys think of hate crimes against Asians in the U.S." In a statement, the company said of the card, "We hear and we understand our consumers who are upset about the portrayal of BTS in our Shammy Awards product. We apologize for including it. We have removed the BTS sticker card from the set. We have not printed any of the sticker cards, and it will not be available anywhere."
Good.
So the pandemic has caused a lot of odd problems, the least of which is not having to exorcise demons from people.
Actual demons?
A Catholic priest gets thousands of calls for exorcisms around a year around the central Indiana area. He says the isolation that the coronavirus pandemic has brought only has made it worse. "I was already doing thousands of exorcisms, and now it's more."
Can you do a Zoom exorcism?
No.
Exorcism?
No.
It doesn't work that way?
No. But it is the extra time the pandemic has provided that has given him the time to write a book about his exorcism experiences. The Reverend Vince Lampert grew up on the west side of Indianapolis. He was the seventh of 9 children. When he was initially appointed to the exorcism ministry, he was one of 12 in the United States. Now there's more than 125.
Well, there's plenty then.
And he says, after 15 years, "I've seen it all. I've seen levitation.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen eyes rolled to the back of the head, foaming at the mouth, people falling on the floor and slithering like a snake across the ground,
Demons.
speaking languages otherwise unknown to an individual, exhibiting superhuman strength."
Demons.
So the only answer is demons.
That's the only answer.
The only answer.
You know, it's fascinating, but I believe that he has probably seen these things. Well, it's the levitation.
He hasn't seen levitation.
He's not seen.
He hasn't seen that.
The other things could be explained by drugs.
Lampert is the appointed exorcist for the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Indianapolis. He's the pastor of 2 parishes in Franklin County. He's been an ordained priest for 30 years, including for the last 15 he served as the appointed exorcist. The last exorcist in that position died, so he was named to... but, you know, he has a sense of humor about it. "I always say," says Father Lampert, "I always say, when I got that appointment to be the exorcist, I was at the wrong place at the wrong time. I looked around to make sure that there wasn't somebody else behind me that he was talking to when he said, 'We need you to be the exorcist.'"
I kept waiting this whole time, Carrie, for you to be playing the...
For what, this?
There's a birthmark, a sequence of 6s.
Come to your closet and pray. Ask to be forgiven.
That's the wrong movie.
What?
Again,
Oh, okay, sorry.
Again, we go back to The Exorcist, one of the last movies I ever saw that actually scared me. I don't think Well,
you know why, Bill? Because it's real.
I
That's
got
why it
scared
scared
a-
you. It's real.
I got scared a little bit by that movie recently that was filmed here, Hereditary.
Mm-hmm.
That was a little creepy.
I
have a friend who actually was part of the filming on that, and he said that
Hereditary?
yeah, he said the head was mortifyingly terrifying in person.
Mortifyingly terrifying.
Yeah, he was horrified
Or
by
perhaps
it.
it was terrifyingly mortifying.
He
Who
was just
knows?
not prepared for it to look so real, is what he said.
I did a stage production once of Shakespeare where a guy had to get beheaded on stage, and the prop department made a head that looked like him, and it was pretty damn good.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty damn good, so that somebody could hold it up by the hair, and say the the tyrant is dead. It's an interesting concept, or an interesting talent to have, to be able to make a real looking head, I think. Utah leaders are welcoming Interior Secretary Deb Haaland. Is that how you say her name? I think it is. To come to Utah. She's got a trip planned.
Which leaders are welcoming her?
Spencer Cox,
Okay.
Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson, Senators
All right.
Mike Lee and Mitt Romney. Other
Really?
Utah government officials issued a joint statement yesterday welcoming the new Department of Interior Secretary Deb Haaland, her decision to visit Utah and tour the Bears Ears and Grand Staircase Escalante. Romney and Utah's 4 congressmen announced that they had sent a letter to President Biden in which they urged the administration to find a permanent legislative solution for drawing the boundaries of 2 national monuments in Utah. So there's a thing about this that keeps occurring to me that I think that does need to be addressed. So with the Antiquities Act, as it's called, Bill Clinton could come to town and over the wishes of Utah legislators and people, local government and so forth, just say, okay, we're having a Grand Staircase Escalante. Same thing, Obama can do that with Bears Ears. Now, I personally am in favor of that, of those things. But what I think needs to be fixed is the fact that then another president can come along and say, I'm taking all that back.
Move it back and forth.
Yeah, there should be a way. Either you just get rid of the antiquities power that the president has, which I don't see happening because presidents try to preserve all the power they can. Then you have to find a way to put into legislation that once the Antiquities Act is used, it sticks.
Or that to remove it has to be an act of Congress. Like you
Yeah,
have to
something like that.
go
Yeah,
all the way.
I mean, that's essentially the same thing, almost
Yeah.
the same thing. Yeah.
All right.
It's Boner Fight. With Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, here we go. Number 1, back in the 7 o'clock hour, a Utah no vote on the Violence Against Women Act. That's all 4 of our congressional members voting no. It passed because the Democrats control the House, and some Republicans crossed over and voted for it. The Violence Against Women Act has been around for since Joe Biden was in the Senate because it was his legislation. But periodically it comes up and they have to recertify it. This time the Republicans were very against it because of extending protections to transgender women and because of these issues about guns, being able to put take a gun from somebody who has shown that they're stalking a woman, a boyfriend stalking a girlfriend. Previously, it's only husbands. If husbands had exhibited violence against their spouses, then there was some mechanism to take away their guns, but didn't extend to boyfriends. And this time they wanted to extend it to boyfriends. Well, that's going too far for the Utah congressional delegation. That's just too far. Second Amendment, okay? And then number 2, the winner of the second round, he was having a bad day. That's the reason he killed those women at the spa or at the massage parlor in Atlanta. He was having a bad day. That's what a cop said. He said he was having a bad day. His sex addiction was causing him to have a bad day. And the cop that said that, by the way, it's now been determined that he posted social media racist T-shirts some time ago. So that's number 2.
There you go. You've got to decide of these two candidates which one is worst. Which one is the boner of the day, do you think? 1 or 2? Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call. It's 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. I'll take your call. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight, March 18, 2021, and vote there. You probably won't see that box right away when you get to x96.com, so let the page load and then refresh your browser, and you'll be able to vote online for this Boner of the Day.
The music starts when...
And now, it's time to play the game that everyone wants to play. It's Beat Gina! Beat Gina brought to you today by Hastur Games. Hastur Games in Midvale has the best selection of board games, Magic, and Dungeons & Dragons. And Hastur also buys used games. Hastur Games on 6831 South State Street, or go to HasturGames.com. And today, one lucky contestant will win a Fat Cats gift card. Yes, but that's not all. Another contestant, no, the same contestant, will win a Radio from Hell tote bag. And now, here's the man who can host a game show with one hand tied behind his back. He's so good, he can host 2 game shows at the same time. Wow. When you look in the dictionary for the words game show host, you will find his picture, and you will swoon. Wow. Here he is, the man, nay, the legend, Kerry Jacksboy Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny.
You're welcome,
Although
Kerry.
I think you're just taking Wikipedia entries about Wink Martindale and using them for me, right?
Oh, no. Wink Martindale doesn't cast a shadow like you do.
All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
How we pick the contestants, you ask? Well, it's easy. We determine, based on the prize that they're going to give Gina, if she beats them at Scary Movie Trivia. So, line 1, Gina is offering you a Greek gyro meal.
Ooh.
Okay.
I don't know whether it's prepared here or
no, there's no specifics.
Transported.
Okay.
Doesn't say. Line 2 is offering you Halloween cookies and wine.
Okay.
And line 3 is offering you Lehigh Bakery donuts.
I've never had the Lehigh Bakery donuts.
Oh, they're very good.
Okay, we'll go with that.
Is that what you want?
Sure.
Going with Lehigh Bakery donuts with Brad. Brad is who you will be playing against today. Brad, are you there? Oh, hang on. Brad, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, good. Thank you, Brad. I was doing some work during the commercial. All right. We toss coin to determine who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails?
Tails.
All right. Coin toss app says tails. That means you go first, Brad.
Are you feeling confident, Brad?
Very confident.
Oh,
all right.
Okay.
These trivia questions prepared by Katie, I would think.
No.
No? Okay.
Hawk.
Based on the Scary Movie franchise.
Okay.
Which were the parodies of the Scream movies and a whole bunch of other horror movies, and so it's based on those.
Okay.
So here we go. Brad, your question first. Multiple choice. What is the name of the high school that Cindy goes to in the first Scary Movie? Is it 1, Shadyside High School, 2, Serial K High School, 3, Dead Bodies High, or 4, B.A. Corpse High School?
I think it's A.
Shadyside? Incorrect.
Shadyside.
Gina.
B.A. Corpse.
B.A. Corpse is correct.
It's 1-0 for Gina. And I don't think I'd like to go to that high school. Gina now controls the question as well.
Gina.
Yeah.
What did Cindy type on the computer to summon the police? What was her message to call the police? Was it 1, the killer's into house? 2, white woman in trouble? 3, can you bring some donuts? 4, I've fallen and I can't get up.
White woman in trouble.
Wow.
That's 2-0 for Gina, a commanding lead. But, Brad, you have a chance to climb back into the game.
Brad?
All right.
What is the book that Cindy is reading? Is it 1, Harry Pothead? 2, Board of the Rings? 3, The Gay Gatsby? Or 4, the I'm Really Hungry games?
The Gay Gatsby.
Incorrect, Gina.
I don't know.
A, Harry Pothead?
Yeah. Oh, that was a total guess.
Well, Gina sweeps the game.
Wow.
Brad almost didn't get a chance to say anything. And now you'll be
I guess I gotta go rewatch those movies.
Yeah.
You'll be enjoying delicious Lehigh Bakery donuts, and poor Brad will go home empty-handed.
People should expect me to do that again. That was a
That may never happen.
No.
You whipped him like a souffle.
Hang on, Brad. All right.
I'm going. Goodbye.
You're just out of here?
Yes.
You can't leave until I turn the music down.
Oh, you're right. I can't.
It's
I'm
like,
trying to.
It's like a Doctor Strange spell.
I'm trying to, but I can't leave.
Tell me the truth, Gina. You guessed on all of those.
Totally guessed.
I knew you didn't see those movies. I just knew it. Okay, Johnny, you're free.
Thank you.
You're released. So let's award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by corned beef and cabbage.
And they want everyone to know Strong is the place to go. Unlock stronger pricing at strongvw.com.
Yeah. So we had Boner candidate number 1, a Utah no vote on the Violence Against Women Act. I won't go into all the details this time. Suffice it to say, all 4 of our representatives voted against it. Going against number 2, he was having a bad day. The police say that the Georgia massage spa killer, he was having a bad day when he killed 8 people. You know, it was a bad day. He's upset about his sex addiction. Okay, so I have no idea who won because
I've got them.
So it's 1 out of 3 today.
So it looks like by a landslide of almost 100 points, number 2 took it.
He was having a bad day.
Yep, there you go. That's the winner of Boner of the Day for today, March 18, 2021. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. That will be announced, told to you by Dave the Flower Guy tomorrow at about this time.
How much time do we have here? A couple of minutes?
A couple of minutes, yeah.
I thought that the Walgreens on 4th South had probably the most unusual clientele of any Walgreens, and I was wrong. Now, when you go to the Walgreens on 4th South, which is the one closest to my
colorful,
house,
Bill.
It's colorful. It's like the Smiths, downtown Smiths. The old
Fred Meyer.
Fred Meyer, thank you.
I parked out in front of that Walgreens once on 4th South.
Yeah.
And I started to walk inside, and a woman said, "I wouldn't leave that backpack in your back seat if I were you." I was going in for 2 minutes. She's like, "I'd take that in with you if I were you."
Don't matter,
I'm like,
Gina.
"Oh, all right."
It don't matter. How many times have we talked about this?
Yeah.
Anything of perceived value.
But
If
for
it's
2 minutes?
For 2 minutes. If it's a towel, even, that is of perceived value to someone. All right? You just can't have crap in your car. It has to all go in the trunk.
But that Walgreens on 4th South doesn't hold a candle to the one on 33rd South and 7th East.
Wow,
Really? That's a new one.
You went south, baby.
I was in there yesterday.
You went south.
I was in there yesterday. There was a woman wearing a pink wig. Then I was standing there looking at something, and all of a sudden I hear somebody talking behind me. It was a guy. Everybody's wearing masks. That was good. But it was a guy who looked kind of like Snoop Dogg. And he's standing behind me, and he's looking at the magazine rack. I can kind of see as I look over my shoulder a little bit, and he's looking at the magazine rack, and then he said, "Wow, women of the Bible. I didn't know there were. How many women are in the Bible? I can only think of Mary." And
How many women?
and then I realize all of a sudden he's talking to me about this. And there's a Life magazine or Time or whatever magazine special where they talk about the different women in the Bible. How many women? I just think of Mary, the mother. I don't know how many. I can't think. And I said, how about Bathsheba? She's the one who cut off John the Baptist. Bathsheba. Yeah, man, that's right. Delilah, man, Delilah. I forgot Delilah. And I'm just going, okay. And so I moved away from that. I didn't feel in any kind of danger or anything. It's just, and then
you didn't
so I
want
moved
to
away.
chat about women of the Bible at the Walgreens.
And I go around the corner, and there's a woman wearing a sheer, like dress thing with long. You could sort of see through it, long, and then she had on like garter belt and stuff. And then I'm going, oh, man, there are a lot. And then as I go to check out, this woman keeps walking in the door. She comes in and goes, I can't get my card. I can't. And then she walks out and into the parking lot. And then she comes back and starts going, I can't. And the clerk said, I got to go out and see what's going on here. I got to go see. And then he's trying to call somebody to come down and man the cash register so he can go out and see what's going on. And I'm just, this is, I don't get out much these days. This is an exciting trip. Exciting trip. So I now think the one on 33rd South and 7th East has the oddest clientele. Don't know why that
I'm
would
out of
be.
deodorant, so maybe I'll go there today and get some deodorant.
I've been in there before some time ago, and it was like right after it changed from Rite Aid to Walgreens, and it was like there was nobody in there ever, and it's kind of big and spacious, and there was like nobody in there usually when I went in, but yesterday was colorful.
Experience.
Colorful.
All right. Yeah. We will take a break. We will be back to crawl towards the exits after these. Strong Volkswagen.
Please, 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 you Volkswagen lovers, if you want to get a new Volkswagen, Strong VW is the place to go. StrongVW.com. You can shop online, pretty much do everything you need to do to get your new or pre-owned Volkswagen online. You can do it simply. Now, of course, you can't take a test drive online, but you can set a test drive up and then go down to the dealership at 1070 South Main. The car will be ready for you to drive. You don't have to go with a salesperson because of the COVID precautions, so you can take the car out for a drive. Oh, and you can be sure that it's been sanitized, because when you bring it back from the test drive, they take it and they sanitize it and get it ready for the next one. Strong VW, that's the place to go to buy a new Volkswagen or a brand new, a pre-owned Volkswagen. And they have a great, great selection of other used cars as well. So go to the store at 1070 South Main if you like, or go to the website, strongvw.com. I had a Mary Jane candy yesterday.
I've never heard of a Mary Jane candy.
Mary Jane's.
You get that in Colorado?
It's you ever heard of Mary Jane?
No.
Famous old candy. Originally made in 1914.
That's probably stale.
By the Charles N. Miller Company, later by Stark Candy Company, now manufactured by Necco.
Oh.
And
did you go back to Backyard Birds?
No, my 11-year-old daughter, little Mrs. Bill, went up to the 7-Eleven and came back and said, look, they have Mary Jane's up there.
She knows what that is?
Sure, she's had them before. But listen, we know candy in our family.
Old candy.
And new candy. They know all kinds of candy. The candy, Mary Jane's, Charles Miller invented this candy and named them after his favorite aunt, Mary Jane.
Ah.
And there's a picture of a little girl on
Wonder how his other aunts felt about that.
Well, he had a favorite aunt, Mary Jane. Maybe he didn't have any others, but they're terrible.
Really?
I'd forgotten how terrible they are. I think they maybe used to be a little better. It's peanut butter, essentially, or peanut. There used to be peanut butter, sort of more peanut butter in them, and peanut butter and molasses. And they're chewy, like taffy.
Yeah.
But now they're just more sort of molassesy and sugary and very little peanutty. I was disappointed, but she was excited to find them and enjoyed them. Never had a Mary Jane? No. Would you eat a Mary Jane if somebody gave you one?
Not when you've described it, how terrible it is.
Well, but I mean, if I just said it was peanut butter and molasses, would you go, oh, I'll try that?
Yeah.
You don't have anything against molasses? No. It's just kind of...
What would I have against molasses?
Well, I don't know. You have weird food things.
Molasses is fine.
I thought, I think it's...
I have things in common with molasses.
That's well, you're as slow as it.
Yes.
But in January, that's what my mother used to say. Would you hurry? You're as slow as molasses in January, which is, I think, the slowest of all molasses.
And I'm referencing Bugs Bunny twice again on today's show.
Yeah.
He was borrowing a cup of molasses from somebody. He had his coffee cup. Elmer shot a hole through it. And it's snowing around, okay? And it starts to run out, and he goes, I didn't think molasses would run in January.
But
there you go. And then of course there's all different. There's blackstrap molasses, which is the really. See, I didn't think you'd like molasses because it's too strong.
It's
it's like strong syrup.
You don't need a spoonful of it. It's an ingredient amongst other things.
Some people use it in lieu of syrup on things.
Ew.
They'll drizzle molasses on their pancakes or on cereals or whatever. I find it a little. Oh, and the brand of molasses that you buy in the grocery store
has a rabbit on it.
It's Brer Rabbit.
Yeah.
Brer Rabbit molasses. So I
insist on Brer Rabbit molasses.
Buying molasses.
I don't think we can go into the whole reason that why Brer Rabbit might be on the.
Ask your grandpa about Song of the South, kids.
Yeah. Or when you go to Disneyland, what is it? Big Thunder
Splash Mountain.
Splash Mountain. Splash Mountain is full of characters that Disney no longer promotes or uses.
But they're in there.
Yeah, that ride.
But that's the only place. Your laughing place. Isn't that what they say?
Yeah.
Your laughing place.
That's where Brer Rabbit is.
Yeah. I like that ride, actually.
Always get wet.
And it's a nice place to cool off at Disneyland.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You guys have your go bags ready?
What?
Just because it's Earthquake Anniversary Day, and it's a day to be prepared.
You know what's in mine?
For the next one.
A pillow and a bottle of bourbon. That's it.
Do you have a flashlight by the side of your bed?
Yeah.
You should have a flashlight and a pair of shoes by the side of your bed.
One of these kind of flashlights.
What is that?
It looks like a bug, doesn't it? But it's a flashlight.
Is that what you have on your nightstand?
Yeah, I have one of them on one of these on my nightstand.
Mm-hmm.
It'll also blink, I think, too, but I can't get it to do it now.
So you're ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
I got my bug flashlight.
And your bug out bag.
And my pillow and my bottle of bourbon and a pair of flip-flops. I'm ready to go.
You're Steve Martin. This is all I need.
That's it.
This is all I need.
Sorry, anything else?
Nope.
But this and this thing.
Earthquake. That was so damn scary.
It was.
It was.
I'm surprised at how scary it was and how much it. No, I'm not surprised at how scary it was. I'm surprised at how much it has continued to bother me.
Well, and we're all PTSD every time like Carrie was saying, every time a big truck drives by, you have that little moment of, whoa, what was that?
Oh, what was that?
Well, a few days later, 2 days later maybe, I'm upstairs in bed, my family's downstairs, and all of a sudden I feel this shaking change.
Mm-hmm.
Like.
It was
and
we had those for days.
I said, I went, first I didn't know, and then I went, and I got up and I said, did anybody feel that it was an earthquake? No, we didn't feel anything. Huh. I go back up and I look at my phone. Sure enough, it was an earthquake.
Don't we have enough to worry about? I mean,
yes.
Really? I
yes,
mean, hey.
We do.
I mean, come on.
Yes, we do.
I mean, hey.
I mean, come on. I mean, really.
All right. Let's see. Do we have the promo?
Yeah.
We good to go? All right. Let me find
Excuse me, although I'm watching Channel 4 News. I need to.
Are you? Wow.
I just happened to open their website to look for something, and then there's a show on. Where is it? Oh, here we go. Okay. Ready? It's a weekend of anniversaries as we celebrate 1 full year of Radio from Hell from Home on Friday's show.
What better way to celebrate than having another drink with Jimmy the Wine Guy, featuring wine from Rufino Italian Winery?
That happens at 7:45 a.m., but Jimmy's going to stick around to answer your booze questions at 8 a.m., so be ready to call in.
And at 8:45, Mayor Wilson will be here for our final Salt Lake update of the week.
So come celebrate with us on Friday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
All right. Okay, I think we got, well, let's just make sure of business. Don't forget Mad Marchness at x96.com. Mad Marchness, you can go online to x96.com, click on the rotating banner that says Mad Marchness, take a look at our picks, our, what are those called? Those
brackets.
Brackets, thank you, that's the word. Look at our brackets, our picks, and you decide if we made the proper choices or not.
Also, don't forget to submit your film for the Radio from Hell Film Festival. People have already started sending them in, and you could win $500 for just making a little movie.
It has to be 5 minutes or less, and there are instructions on how to submit your movie at x96.com.
So all that happening right now. I think we're good. Fine job, Katie, as always. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Hey, crack a window, will ya?
Corey is next.